Kia ora everyone, welcome to... I immediately lost words. That's a really good start.
Hi everyone, welcome to Amy's stream.
Thank you, Sammy. My brain just went stop and then it's like, what am I doing? What am I doing here?
You should have tech checked your words.
I don't think I can tech check myself because I'm a faulty device that often fails.
No, you weren't.
Oh goodness, yes, this is going to bode well for today. Kia ora, welcome to a special Matariki stream. It is of course Matariki here in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and I was very luckily given a beautiful colouring book, the Matariki Colouring Activity Book, by some wonderful people. Thank you Andromeda, and thank you Josh. Sammy! Thank you so much for subscribing. 16 months. Holy heck. I need to look at my sub alerts because they're not the right sub alerts anymore. But thank you so much for subscribing back to the G Squad. Enjoy your room at the retirement home, your cozy crochet blankies, your cups of tea, or hot beverage of choice, your ad-free viewing, your emotes, and just of all, most importantly, my love, because I appreciate it. Favorite. But yes, today is Matariki here in New Zealand. Matariki is a... Bleh. Oh wow, words are struggling. Matariki is a now officially recognised public holiday. For a while there it was not. It was only in 2022, I believe, that they decided to officially recognise it as a public holiday, which I am very glad about. It is a Māori celebration. It's Māori New Year is kind of the easiest way to explain it, but there's a little bit more to it than that. And what I would like to do today is talk a bit about Matariki, go through the colouring book that I was gifted, and then we will also work on a colouring page in the colouring book. So the book itself that I've been given, I don't need to use my mouse, I have a fancy button thingy, is the Matariki Colouring and Activity Book. So this is a really, really neat book. The illustrations are by Isobel Joy Te Aho-White. It is actually written, and I did update my project command with who it was written by. Oh, that's not how I type my command. Gosh, I'm not even typing now. I'm telling you, this bodes really well. Yeah. Miriama, Kamo, and Rangi Matamua are the authors. They actually, look, it's right at the top here. I should just looked up there. But yes, they wrote Matariki Around the World, and then this colouring book has been inspired by that book with illustrations by Isobel Joy Te Aho-White. And so it's a really neat book that we'll go through, but I also want to take this opportunity to talk a little bit about Matariki and just, you know, explore it together, because it is really fascinating and I've really enjoyed learning about Matariki myself. Now, I will give the disclaimer, while I am from New Zealand, I am partially Māori. I was raised Pākehā, which is European. I was raised in a Pākehā household. I was adopted by my biological father, from my biological father, by my adoptive father. So I am not the most aware of my heritage. I am trying to learn. I have been working hard to figure out my pronunciation. However, I am not perfect. I'm going to be doing my absolute best to get the pronunciation right, but there will be areas that I'm stumbling across. As you can hear today, I'm already having a brain day, so we're going to do our best here, because I would like to get better at it, and the only way to get better at speaking Te Reo is to speak Te Reo, so we're just going to keep trying. But yes, please, if you are someone who is fluent in Māori and knows how to say Te Reo if I am pronouncing things wrong. Please know that I am trying. So yes, Matariki. What is Matariki? So as I said, Matariki is Māori New Year for ease of explanation, but it is a lot more than that. It is a time of year where a cluster of stars become visible, and this cluster of stars, and this is another word that I struggle with, and it's not Māori or English, Pleiades. The Pleiades star cluster becomes... You looked it up as Pleiades? Yeah, I looked it up and it said Pleiades, so maybe these regional pronunciations of it. Yeah. But it is when this cluster of stars become visible in the sky that is the signal of the end of one cycle and the beginning of the next cycle. And so that is the marker for the end of the year, essentially, which is why we do say it is Māori New Year. Now, not all the stars in the cluster are visible for everybody at every time. So there are, I think it was 9 stars in the cluster. I've got notes all over the place too, so please bear with me. Yeah. So some, because there's different iwi or tribes within Aotearoa, different iwi celebrated at different times. So for some it was when the cluster was first seen in the dawn sky. Sometimes it was after the full moon or when the next new moon happens. And yes, for some iwi, the cluster has 7 stars. For some, the cluster has 9. So there are little differences between tribes and how they celebrate it as well. So that's another thing to consider, is there's different rituals, there's different traditions that different tribes had. But for Matariki itself, it is a time of reflection, a time of celebration, and a time to look to the future. So there were different elements such as acknowledging those that we've lost in the past year since the last time Matariki was seen, and reflecting on the legacy and what we've learned from these people. There would be a time of celebration that would often involve a feast, celebrating the harvest. Don't knock your mic off the desk. So sorry to anyone on headphones there. So yeah, there'll be a time of celebration, a time of feasting, because this was also the end of the harvest season. So there'll be a big feast and a opportunity to spend time with one another. So just by being here today, us spending time together, you are celebrating Matariki. And then there will be a time to look to the future and finding ways to make sure that you had a bright and prosperous new year. Yeah, in the stars themselves, there is 7 to 9 stars, depending on the iwi. And each of these stars has a name. And one of the neat things about this colouring book is it does represent each of the stars, because each of the stars represents a figure, a deity. I think deity is kind of the appropriate term. I have a lot of notes all over the place. Yeah, but each of the stars represents a figure in the lore of Māori as well. So that's quite neat when you start looking at what each of the stars represent as well. So yeah, as we flick through the book, we have Wow, sorry, my brain is doing that freeze thing again. We have a Karakia here. Ana Te Paka o Matariki. Behold the wonders of Matariki. Ranga and Papa. For Māori, Matariki began long ago when the gods, or Atua, ruled the earth. In the beginning, there were Ranganui and Papatuanuku and their many children, the gods of sky and earth. So this is obviously a representation of them. Tawhiri Mātia, god of the wind and weather. Tawhiri Mātia is one of the many children of Ranga and Papa, and the stars of Matariki were named after him, which is the full name for Matariki here. Namata o Te Aiki Tawhiri Mātia, the eyes of God Tawhiri Mātia. This is why I was really hoping I wouldn't have a word stumbly day today, because it's going to be a lot. But yes, so there is, as I said, up to 9 stars in the cluster of Matariki, and the biggest, brightest star is called Matariki as well. And so the Matariki star cluster rises in the pre-dawn sky during winter to signal the Māori New Year. The largest, brightest star is called Matariki, and it's her job to keep the other stars in the cluster unified. And then we have a representation of Matariki here as well, wearing a... I should have looked up the name for the Māori cloaks. Yeah, I had it in there and it's like dropped out of my head as well. Korowai. So yeah, a korowai is a cloak, and it's woven with feathers. It's a very special item of clothing for a lot of Māori. Eve, hello! I can't hang, but wanted to say hey. Have a good stream. Thank you so much. We are celebrating Matariki here. And King, hello. Kia ora to all of you. We are just flicking through the Matariki Colouring and Activity Book, talking a little bit about Matariki, and I'm doing my best. And yeah, we're just talking about the importance of Matariki and the different elements behind it as best as I can. Trying anyway. I'm also having one of those days where my brain's like, nope, which doesn't help, but we're trying. I hope you're both doing well. And yeah, I hope you're having a wonderful time zone. So yeah, we're gonna also colour this colouring book later on. We're just gonna figure out which page to colour. So Matariki is kind of like the biggest, brightest star, so it could be a good one to colour. I think I do want to colour one of the representations of the stars. And then we have like actual activities in here too, which is quite cool. And then you can make some star patterns. Did you know Matariki rises at a slightly different time each year, around June, July? Yes, we do not have a set date. It depends on when it rises as to when Matariki is. This is great timing. I'm wearing my Matariki hoodie. Heck yeah! And as I was saying before, part of the Matariki celebrations is you have the elements of remembrance, you have the elements of celebration, and then you have the elements of looking to the future. And so part of the celebration is feasting and spending time together. So by simply hanging out together, we're celebrating Matariki. Despite time zones and being across the world, just being together is a way to celebrate Matariki. Alright. more activities. Got like complete the words. I was sitting here before and seeing if I could figure out a bunch of these. I did do pretty well. I was pretty proud of myself. But I quite like this one here, where they we'd find for Matariki around the world, because of course the cluster for Matariki, or the Pleiades star cluster, is known by different other names in different areas of the world, and they celebrate it in different ways as well. So it does talk about some of the other areas in here. So you can see in the Cook Islands it's also called Matariki. It's called Sabaru in Japan, Mao in China, South Africa, Scandinavia, Africa, Hawaii, North America, Greece, of course, because it's Pleiades, Australia, India, Tahiti, like all over the world. It's recognized and celebrated as well, which is quite cool. Like culturally different areas have their own representations of what these stars mean. Also a recipe in here for sugar cookies. Heck yeah. And then we get on to another one of the stars. So each of the stars in the cluster, which is 7 or 9 depending on your iwi, represent different gods or deities or figures. And so one of the stars is Pahutakawa, which is actually a very beautiful flower over here in Aotearoa as well. And this star is the one that helps to guide the spirits of the dead across the night sky. So you can see in the representation of her, we do have put it in my head. I had all this noted and planned out and knew what I was going to say, and now my brain is just not working. There is a specific name for this specific type of boat. Bear with me, there's going to be a bunch of... Waka! Like, I know Waka. Oh. So she has a waka in the sky to help transport people across, and then you can see the Pahutakawa flower here. This is sometimes called a New Zealand Christmas tree because it blooms in summer right around Christmas time in a brilliant red, and so it makes like this really beautiful red and green tree. So it's sometimes called like a New Zealand Christmas tree as well, but it's a beautiful flower. So that one actually could be really pretty to colour, because then I also get the Pahutakawa flowers and they're really fun to colour. And we've got, so as I said, this is an activity book, so it does have bits in here to do as well, such as how to draw Pahutakawa using the letters to form a bunch of words, and then how to make a puri haraki, which is a flax flower. These are really neat, and occasionally you'll be walking around and sometimes people will just be selling them as well that they've made just to earn some coin. Alright, and then we have Hiniti Iwa Iwa. Again, my pronunciation's not the best, so please bear with me. I'm trying my absolute best. But this is the goddess of weaving and childbirth. So we've got a representation here, and we're talking a lot here about whānau, because again, Matariki is about remembrance and connections and being together. So also knowing about your whakapapa, your whānau, spending time with your family and the different elements of those connected to you. Again, there is that remembrance of those that are gone, the celebration and spending time with those that are here. That is all part of the celebration. So yeah, here we've got a little bit about who am I. This is kind of based on a pepeha, which is a introduction that you could give or a greeting that you could give in Māori. I can actually give you my pepeha. Yeah, so part of it is, you can see on here, we've got au, or me. We've got our whānau, which is our family name. We've got our iwi, which is our tribe or our ethnicity. We've got our whenua, which is our local area. Moana, which is our closest sea. Awa, which is our local river. And Maunga, which is our local mountain. So if I was to give my pepeha, it would be a way of introducing myself, and it covers those elements. So let me bring this over here. So if I was to give my pepeha to you, I would be Kia ora tātou, o taranaki te monga, ko taku tai te awa, no ngā mutu ahua, ko wood toku whanau, ko Amy toku ingawa. So basically that is greeting all. Taranaki is my mountain. Takatai or Fitzroy is the river. I am from New Plymouth or Namutu. Ward is my family. My name is Amy. So that is kind of encompassing and explaining who you are. There are other elements that you can put into your pepeha, like I am from here, I now live here. And you can put like your tribes or your ethnicity into there as well. As I was saying earlier, I don't know my iwi, I don't know my whakapapa. I was raised Pakeha, and so while I do acknowledge that I do have Māori heritage, I am still learning my iwi, and I am still learning how that fits in for me, because I don't know my tribe, I don't know my history. I got my pepeha framed and on the wall. I love that. Oh, I want to get comfortable enough with mine that I can just say it without having to pull it up. Because I still get, especially like the mountain and the river order, I keep wanting to flick those, and it's like, no, because the mountain becomes before the body of water, I believe. Like, it's a specific order for a reason. Yeah, mountain and then the water. So yeah, I hope this is fascinating. This is also going to go up as the YouTube video with me a little bit editing it as well for YouTube, because I didn't have a chance to sit down and actually record this proper flip through before. Oh, and then we've got a tukutuku. Yeah, tukutuku panel. Yeah, so Matariki is a time of storytelling. Stories can be told in many ways. Tukutuku panels are a latticework art form made by two people passing strips of dried flax through holes in a panel and tying them to create X shapes. The X's are joined together to make larger patterns. Together, these patterns can tell a story. So they give some example of the different patterns here. So we've got our whetū, or our stars, Matama, or our stairway, excuse me, Kaukau, or our zigzag, Patiki, or our flounder, Romata, or our tears, and a kuru, which is a spiral. And then they give you an X grid section so you can tell your own story, which would be kind of cool to get a bullet journal and actually just fill it with these patterns and tell the story that way. Because bullet journals, like, this is what a bullet journal notebook looks like. Alright, so our next god, our next star is Rungamatane, god of kumara and cultivated food. So kumara is sweet potato. For those that aren't aware, we call our sweet potatoes kumara. Our sweet potatoes are generally purple on the outside, like have a dark purple skin. We do have the yellow sweet potatoes of kumara as well. We have another star here. Now I did look this one up. Te Pua Nuku, the star of Kai growing in the ground like Kumara. Ah, so that's the god, and then this is the star. My apologies. I forgot they also include some of the gods as well as the stars. But yeah, I do like this one as well as a potential to colour, because we'll have the Kumara here, and the Kumara have such beautiful colours, so that's going to be really fun to colour as well. Because we are also looking for a potential page to colour here at the moment. I am very drawn to Pahutakawa, just because it has Pahutakawas on there, so yeah. And then we have a what can you find? So this is based around a marae, and the setup of a marae that you would possibly see. So Matariki is a time for sharing food with whānau and friends. All the things listed here in the Puanuku's Marakai, or food garden. Kai is Māori for food. So we have a list of different things. So we have harakiki, which is flax, which is this bush here. Flax is very traditional in Māori and used in a lot of applications. We have a hinaki, which is an eel trap, which is this thing here. We have a hoe, or a paddle. We have a hue, or a gird, which will be this one here. I don't know why they call it a gird. I've never seen it called a gird here in Aotearoa. We have a ko, or a digging stick, which is this stick here. We have a pono, or a food basket. These things here, traditionally woven of harakiki. We have a kuri, or a dog. We have manu tuku, which is the kite. Just looking for the timu. I think that's it there. The V-shaped digging tool. And then a tui, which they don't explain, but it's this little bird here. Gorgeous bird. Gorgeous bird. I have painted tui before. They are really stunning birds full of beautiful colours. And then we have create your own kowhakawhai. So this is more traditional patterns that have symbolic meaning. And you can see down here, it starts with the koro, and then you can add elements to it or add the designs. And so adding those elements creates its own story. And those patterns are often painted around the whare and on like the rafters of the traditional meeting houses and the homes. Again, all the artwork tells stories as well, like there's symbology and all the elements of it. It's real fascinating when you start to find out what the different symbols mean. And I do actually have somewhere at home a Māori illustration book that has a bunch of designs in it and explains a little bit about the designs. Really fascinating. Alright, we have the goddess of fire, Mahuika. Mahuika. Do we have a star that represents fire, or we just got the goddess? Just the goddess. Instructions on sprouting a kumara. I wonder if that would actually work for me. I am not very good. But of course it is the season for kumara. They are everywhere at the moment. Ooh. We actually have a lot of kumara at the moment. Maybe I should make some kumara soup. Kumara? So you want 500 grams or a pound of kumara, or sweet potato. 50 grams, which is about 2 tablespoons of butter. 1 tablespoon finely chopped onion. That's not much onion. 2 cloves of garlic crushed. Half to 1 teaspoon curry powder to taste. 1 cup of boiling water. 2 teaspoons of chicken or veggie stock powder, and 2 to 3 cups of milk. It actually sounds quite tasty. I might have to make that. Alright, so we have another god here. Amue. Oh, sorry. Hi. Oh, this one I haven't looked up. I didn't actually see this one when I was doing my quick look through, so I should have looked up how to pronounce this, sorry. Ooh. So, how. Almia. Tiki. Tiki. The god of uncultivated food. Almia. How. Mia. Tiki. Tiki. The vowels in Māori are very different. So it's learning to thank you, King. Thank you. Thank you. I should have looked this one up. I did try to look up a bunch of pronunciations, but I am very aware that my pronunciation is not always correct. So I did ask at the start for a little bit of lenience with this and understanding, because I am trying my best, but I am aware I'm not great at it. But thank you very much, and please do guide me if I am saying things wrong. Rangi, the star of food that exists above the ground, like birds and berries. And so here you can see some more tui. This one could also be really pretty to colour as well. Oh, we're definitely going to be colouring one of the stars. Like, we're colouring one of the stars. I know that much. Because they're just really well drawn. There's a recipe in here for kumara soup, Sammy. And it sounds really good. Kawakawa! Kawakawa leaves are so good. We often will find at like markets and stuff like that, you'll find kawakawa balm for sale. It is a natural balm that you can apply, and it's just really soothing on skin. Kind of like aloe, but made with the kawakawa leaves. And yeah, for someone like for me with my dry, itchy skin, quite often kawakawa is very soothing on it. So I know a lot of the time when people get burnt, they will also put kawakawa on themselves. I did not know this though. The holes in kawakawa leaves are made by lupa caterpillars. I mean, I knew caterpillars ate the leaves, but I did not know that it said that the leaves with holes make the strongest medicine. So there you go. And yes, you can also steep kawakawa, which is something that I learnt when I was a child. It was like scouts in a way. It was not scouts. It was organised through a church that my parents attended. But there was different things like bush survival. So we were taught how to recognise kawakawa, because that was a thing that you could boil to make tea, you know, to make a warm drink, to keep yourself going, to apply it to your skin, to help look after yourself when you were walking through some of the bush around. But we were always taught that you have to respect the forest and only take what you need, which is also what's written down here. Pane Mahutawa, the god of forest and bird. So we've got all the different plants here. Now, I couldn't tell you what most of these plants are in English because I'm not good at plants, full stop. So I know words is flax. And then we talked about kawakawa, the medicinal leaves. And so ponga is the fern. But what these ones are, no idea. I'm not good at plants. And then we've got a thing about birdsong. If you ever get the chance to play, oh, what's the bird? Wingspan. Wingspan is a gorgeous board game that also has a Kiwi expansion. His Aotearoa is a birds expansion, so it's a really neat board game if you ever get a chance to play it. Right. Then we've got a Kirukiru, which is a wood pigeon. And here we need...
My favourite.
You like the wood pigeons? You like the Kirukirus? Yeah. Kiru. Yeah.
Oh, that's not right. It's Kiddo.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's me and just my brain turning to absolute mush at this point.
Oh, there's no picture.
No.
Kiddo.
There's a little one up there.
Oh, okay. I couldn't
Yeah.
see it. I haven't got my glasses on.
That's okay. Yeah.
Love those chunky birds.
They are very chunky.
And the men Kiddo and the women Kiddo look the same because everyone gets beautiful plumage.
Yeah. Yellow beans. Kia ora. How are you today? We are just going through the Matariki Colouring and Activity Book. I am trying to do my best with pronunciation and talking about Matariki and a little bit about Aotearoa and choosing a page to colour in this gorgeous book. I hope you're doing well today. Happy Matariki. So here we have Tangaroa, the god of sea and fish. Ooh, and here we have 2 of the stars. So each of these represents different... Awa, I believe, is just river, not bodies of water. But yes, we have a Waita, the star of salt water, such as oceans. And then a Waiti, the star of fresh water, which is rivers, lakes, streams, and wetlands. So yeah, each of the stars do represent different things in Matariki. Animal mix-up. So yeah, because it's an activity book, we have the activities. I like this. Drawings are not to scale. I would hope not. But it does talk about some of our water friends. Treasures of the Moana. At the seashore. Hey OG Studios, hello. Happy Thursday. It is Friday here. Kia ora. But yes, happy time zone to you. It is Matariki here in New Zealand, which is Māori New Year. So we are celebrating Māori New Year today. And we are working our way through the Matariki colouring book. Just clicking through it, having a look at the different pages and activities. And then we will choose a page to colour and just talking about the different elements of Matariki. So hopefully you're all finding it fascinating to learn a little bit about Aotearoa and the different culture. Yeah, I'm trying my best to explain it. I'm trying my best because I am aware that my pronunciation is not the best and it's something that I need to work on. But yeah, this book covers not only the gods of the Māori mythology, but also each of the stars in Matariki, because Matariki is a cluster of stars, also known as Pleiades or Pleiades. We've not been able to confirm which one's correct there and those. So we're just working our way through and looking at the different representations. So here we have Hine Nui Te Po. Hine Nui Te Po. I need to slow down because my brain is whirling. Which is the goddess of night and death. Because one of the elements of Matariki is remembrance of those that have passed since the last rising of the stars. And taking time to reflect on those you've lost and the lessons that you learnt from them and the memories that they have created and the wisdom that they have imparted on you. Right, and so we have another star here of the cluster, which is Waipuna Rangi. Waipuna Rangi. Y, which is water. Puna Rangi, which is the star of Ue, which is rain. I do love the representation of the different stars. I still think Pahudakao is the one that I'm leaning to colouring. Decorate the hui. Gourds used for carrying water, and sometimes they were made into tauna for. Oh my goodness. For oro. Tauna for oro. Oh my gosh, I'm pronouncing that second word so wrong about musical instruments. Yeah, I am aware that you could do like the shakers, the put away. But yeah, they also have like blowing air across the top or putting the holes in to make the different whistles, which is quite cool. For oru. Oru. Thank you, King. King is helping me a lot with the pronunciation because I tried to look up a bunch of it and my brain is not taking it in. I am, again, trying my absolute best here. Oh, and I feel bad because I'm like here trying to represent this and my pronunciation is not perfect. But I also really wanted to share about Matariki and explain about it because I know if you're not in Aotearoa, you may not come across Māori culture, and it is important. One of the things that I am most proud of in the last few years from Aotearoa is the fact that there's been such a strong movement in embracing tikanga and embracing Māori heritage and culture. And for someone like me who is Māori but was raised Pākehā because of my family situation and isn't aware of my iwi or my whakapapa, it is a way for me to go, hey, I want to learn about this culture. I want to learn about myself, but I don't know where to begin. So it is becoming more and more accessible for someone who was completely raised Pākehā or European. So yeah, I did start taking a te reo course. In fact, I've tried to take a te reo course twice. The first time I took it, I then had my big flare up and went into hospital. So I had to drop out of that one. And then the second time I took it, I signed up thinking it was a 2-hour-a-week class, but it was actually like a full-time course. And I was like, yeah, no, I can't medically handle this right now. So yeah. I have also been learning Japanese, and there is some crossover between Japanese and te reo pronunciations, so that's quite handy and something that has helped a little bit as well. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have Ruamoko, the god of earthquakes and volcanoes. So if you went to our Aotearoa's on the Ring of Fire, we get a lot of earthquakes here. We have active volcanoes. So Taranaki, my maunga, or mountain, is an active volcano. Currently dormant, but it is an active volcano. Good, thank you, King. Thank you so much. Ooh. Okay, so I know it's not, but straight away with this image, I get Moana Disney movie vibes. But Rangi? Rangi, the star of winds, harnessing wind and navigation. So you can see more of the waka on the sea here. And you might have noticed before too, like Moana or water was mentioned. And there are some crossover because, of course, Māori travelled from islands to get to Aotearoa. They are travellers. And so there is actually a lot of crossover or not crossover, but there is like a heritage and a link. And so before, when we were talking about how Pleiades is seen in other cultures, so like Cook Islands also call it Matariki, Tahiti call it Matariki. Like, it is, there is a similarity, which is why some words in Moana you can actually, as for someone like over here in Aotearoa, there were certain things I'd talk about and be like, hey, I can't actually recognize it. It's not exactly the same. They are very different cultures, but there is also some links. In the same way that Spanish and French, sometimes there are very similar words in that same sort of link. So we've got a kite, often flown to signify the start of Māori New Year. So at home in Namutu, New Plymouth, there is currently a festival of lights going on where they install a bunch of lights around to celebrate Matariki, and they usually have one installation that represents kites flying as well. Really beautiful. It's all lit up all around, and it goes on for 4 days, and you can just walk around under all these beautiful light installations. It's a way to sort of celebrate the rising of the stars. It's really neat. Right, we have another god here, a Tuamata. Oh my goodness, Tuamata or in nah. Give me a moment. Two, because the macron above the U means it's extending it. Two, amata uina. Tuamata uina. Na. I should have looked up more of the gods. I should have looked through this book properly and actually looked up how to pronounce each of these. I did look up the stars, and I've forgotten how I was going to say each of the stars. Tomato inga. Tomato ing. So I keep wanting to say tomato. And it's like, no, it's not tomato. Tomato ingna. But yes, the god of war and people. Yes, so here we go. We're talking about the voyages. Early Maori voyagers looked to Matariki star clusters to help guide their waka across Te Mana Nui Akea, the Pacific Ocean, to Aotearoa, New Zealand. Join the dots to see how they may have travelled, then colour it in. It's cute. So I'm guessing you will end up drawing a waka by the time you're done. Hiwa I Te Rangi is the star that holds on to our hopes and dreams, which I love that. I just love the saying of the star, holding on to your hopes and dreams. And then it's got an origami wish star. I used to make these a long time ago. They were very cute. I remember when these were really popular, making these little stars. And then we've got how to make a paper lantern, again because it is a activity book. It has activities as well. Matariki match. So yeah, this is more about Matariki as known around the world. So they will talk about the different elements. Can you match a name and region in the stars to the icon representing the Matariki story for that culture on the map? How good am I at geography? Well, I couldn't even remember the name right. So that's a good start. It'd be interesting to look up what it means in other cultures and also read their stories as well. Yeah, and so now we have the reflections of the future. So, because at Matariki we look to the future to see how we can make the world a better place. And so right up there. And then we have the information here, including what the actual original book, Matariki Around the World, is. This is the offshoot of it, colouring an activity book. So yeah, that was the Matariki Colouring Book, and a little bit about Matariki itself, as best as I could explain as a non-expert. But I hope you all found that fascinating. And yeah, words. So we will go on to figuring out which one we're going to colour now. I'm really drawn to Pahutakawa, or our Kumara, because I like Kumara, I like the colours. But yeah, I really do quite like Pahutakawa, because just with that bright pop of red, or Fedo, I think that page is going to look really, really neat. So I think we will colour Pahutakawa, because I keep being drawn to this one. So it's the star to help guide the spirits of the dead across the night sky. We're going to get a little protection in here, because we're going to use some markers more than likely here. See if we can split the book. And we are, believe it or not, that has been an hour flicking through the book, which I kind of imagined would be the case. So, if you don't know, every hour we do take a little break here on the channel. We are going to have this break. I am going to just get all my bits together, take a stretch just to look after my own body, because if I don't move every hour, I hurt. I encourage you all to take a moment to self-care. Do you need some water? Do you need some kai? Food? Do you need to go to the bathroom? Do you need to take your medication? Do you need to have a stretch? Have a wiggle? I don't know enough Tereo to do all that in Tereo. I am going to also have a little snack. I have these supposedly incredibly spicy. They're not for me at all. But they are the bulldog hot chicken spicy noodles, but in chip form. But they're not noodles, they're chips. Yeah, I'm going to eat some of this, do a stretch, and I encourage you all to do some self-care. And then when we come back from our little break, we will get started colouring. I'll also pull those up because we're going to need those. Man, I pressed the wrong button. Right. Add. Oi, oi, oi. Oh, crack goes the back already. So how are we all doing out there? I know a few of you are behind ads. I should probably wait. That would be logical. Edie, hello, hello. How are you today? Kia ora. Happy Matariki. Or Mānawatia. Matariki. And welcome back from the break, everybody. I hope you did do some self-care and you're feeling good and refreshed. I certainly am. I definitely needed to stand up there for a while. And now we are ready to colour our first star of the Matariki cluster, the Hutakawa. So if we were doing the full Matariki celebrations with the karakias, there would be a karakia or like a chant or a prayer for Pahutakawa, which I do actually have one of the karakias up. And then at the end of the karakia, you would say the names of those that have passed in this year, those that you want to move to find peace, to acknowledge that have passed. And the rising, since the last rising of Matariki. Words. It's a great day for me to be stumbling across my words as well. I'm just trying to also keep my Discord clear at the moment. Been finding it overwhelming again. Had a rough couple of days pain-wise, causing me not to feel good enough to eat. Oh no. Oh no. Well, I hope you feel better soon. Actually, I'm due pain meds. I should take those. And Jester, hello. I love my furniture. My recliner and I go way back. Well done. Well done. Because Smolt is not here yet. Bonk. Actually, I think I have the Pingy gift sub I can do. Do I have a Pingy gift sub still? I do. Oh, we don't have a bonk. On a free stream watch streak. Well done. Well done. Alright, somewhere around here I have a colour chart for the markers. That looks like it. That's what I want. Beatty's prepared for us. Fantastic. Alright, so we're going to start by colouring in Pahutakawa, one of the stars. And, do we have a dark enough brown that is appropriate? Kia ora, Mum. Hello, hello to you too. Happy Matariki. I hope you're doing well, everyone. This is my actual mummy. Be nice. If you haven't met Kiwi Mum Tammy before, it's my literal actual mum. And we adore when she comes in. But how are you, Mum? It's good to see you. I'm glad you made it back onto Twitch. I am just trying to figure out what we're going to do. We have very limited browns here. I think we're going to use this rose beige as just a base layer. And we're going to have to do some pencil work. It's kind of given. We're going to need to do some pencil work to bring in some warmth. Because it's either we go incredibly red, kind of more on the yellow side, or on the green side. So I would rather go for the rose beige and then add in some warmth. Just check to see if you were here. I know, I've been gone a while. I'm here. I'm good. I'm doing very well. I have so many snacks around me right now. It's fantastic. I've got all the kai. I've got the colouring. I got the markers. And I get to spend the day having fun colouring. Very much looking forward to it. Alright, moment of truth. How much do you spread out? Well, you're not too bad. Sometimes alcohol markers like to bleed a lot, so... But we're not too bad. Yeah, I hope everyone is doing well. To those of you that are in Aotearoa, I hope you're having a wonderful Matariki and celebrating it in a way that is enjoyable to you. If you're not in Matariki, well, thank you for being here and helping celebrate Matariki with me, and I hope you're having a good time zone. I've already made a streaky mess. Ah! Alright, we're already failing. It's okay, we'll fix it up later. But yeah, it's been a wonderful day so far. It's been a really neat week. It's also Kiwi RPG week for Kamo Whakatau o Aotearoa. And it is the Kiwi community of role-playing. It is... I should just pull up the link. I have a link ready to go. Kiwi RPG... So it celebrates not only like Kiwi podcasts and live shows and things to do with tabletop roleplay games, but also Kiwi developers and game makers and just all sorts of things relating to tabletop roleplays and Kiwis. And so there's been games on every night. I have been modding. Wow, that was really bad colouring at me. I've been modding for it. Last night Sammy was on playing D12 Go. And due to some circumstances, on Saturday, I might be playing. We unfortunately have one player who is very unwell and has indicated that they are not likely going to be better for Saturday because they are quite unwell. So at this stage, I will be playing on Saturday Monster of the Week, and the wonderful Ruby from This Is Ruby OK is GMing it. I'm very excited because I know Ruby is very passionate about Monster of the Week, and I think it's going to be an amazing game regardless. Tonight is a game called Merger. Oh, we're doing a really bad job here of basing this. Not bleeding through though, that's good. It's okay, we'll just keep blending out. Keep blending. We're gonna have to do a lot of cleanup work here though. Feel good? All right. Well, it's got a lot of work to go. It's so uneven and so patchy. And I've definitely gone over the lines a lot. But it's okay. We'll make it work. Sometimes that happens when you're working with alcohol markers, especially on paper where they're not made to go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use warm grey number 9 as our black for the hair. I don't like to use pure black for black because then you can't darken it very intently, and hair has dark and light. So we're going to use warm grey number 9 as our base, and then we'll go back over it to darken. Although this feels like warm grey 6. It is. Good start, Amy. Good start. I did say my brain was a bit gone today. Right, that looks way too light. It was. Also don't know why I'm using that tip. So yeah, what is everyone up to today? Have we got anyone colouring along? Do. Actually, we'll just do all these fiddly bits and then figure out at what point change up for here. Do, 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 do. Oh, was that meant to be neck, or are we going to do it as here? We're going to do it as here, just for ease. Lots of luscious hair. Miss Marilyn, darling. Hello. That applause was very quiet for me. Did that come through for you? Hopefully it did. I know my desktop audio is down quite low. But kia ora, it's lovely to see you again, Miss Marilyn, darling. I'm washing pens. Excellent. One of those tasks that's got to be done. We are celebrating Matariki, which is Māori New Year. So we're working in a colouring book that I was lovingly gifted. And right now we are colouring one of the stars of Matariki, which is a cluster of stars that rises in the sky. It's also known as Pleiades. Quite confused on the pronunciation of it, but I thought it was Pleiades. And so yeah, one of these stars is known as Pahutakawa, which is a gorgeous, gorgeous flower here as well. So yeah, when we were flipping through the book, I just kept being drawn to Pahutakawa. So I'm like, yeah, we're going to colour in the star Pahutakawa, because it means that I get to do the beautiful Pahutakawa flowers as well. That just love to grow and shine and be bright and bold and red. You did hear it was perfect volume? Fantastic. Ah, that means I finally got my sound alerts to the right levels. They should be good volume for all of y'all. Very quiet for me so they don't pick up in the microphone and echo back. But loud enough that I can still just hear them. Means we finally got it right. Yo! Now, I'm not quite sure what we're gonna do for the dress here. I love using alcohol markers to base, but my goodness, they are spreading everywhere. But yeah, I hope y'all are doing well. I had a really nice day yesterday. Samsara had to pop into work in person, so she was going to be out for a couple hours. So I was like, oh, can I just catch a ride into town with you and just walk around town and, you know, just get out of the house for a while. So she's like, of course, of course. So she dropped me in the center of town. And I just kind of wandered around for a while. I did like pop into some shops. I got, oh my gosh, I got the cutest socks ever. I did post them on my Instagram story. I don't know if I'm going to be able to pick them up. Ooh, maybe. Just. Yes. We need to go into 2 seconds. Whee! Look, they're rainbow and they're unicorns and they have little ears that stick out and they're fluffy. That really hurt, so I hope you appreciated that. But yeah, they're gorgeous and they're fluffy like my blanket hoodie. And they're way more than I would normally ever spend on socks. Like, spending $30 on a pair of socks is ridiculous to me. But they also have the rubber bottoms, so they're like slippers. So they also have grippies at the bottom. So they're like slippers, but they're fluffy socks. And the rainbow and unicorns. Yeah, so you, right, Mum? Like, they were in Paper Plus, and I popped into Paper Plus pretty early in the run because I knew that they sometimes had Posca markers and I needed to stock up on some. So I popped in there and I saw them and I was like, oh my gosh. And I was like, no, I can't justify $30 for a pair of socks. Like, that's ridiculous. And so I got my markers and I was wandering around and I was looking at all these different things and getting different bits and pieces. And then I was like, still thinking about the socks. And I was like, you know what? A good pair of slippers would probably cost you $20 to $30 anyway. Don't think of them as socks. Think of them as slippers. You did need to replace your slippers. They're gorgeous. They're cute. They're totally you. Do it. So I did decide to treat myself to them. And I'm so glad I did because I love them. But yeah, they had some other ones as well. But I, of course, had to get the rainbow unicorns. But yeah, they're really good. And they're so good for keeping my feet warm. Because when my feet get cold, it hurts so badly. This is why I live in blanket hoodies. This is why we're always needing to find ways to keep warm. Because I get cold and get cold very easily. And of course it is winter here at the moment. So it's even colder. And for anyone worried, because I am currently in Gisborne, and if you've been following the news, we've been having some flooding and some storms, but I am completely safe. I'm nowhere near the rivers. I am technically in the flood zone. We did get a flood warning, but we're like quite high up here. We got surface flooding, but nothing too bad. Yeah, so where I am, totally fine. But yeah, some smaller towns that are closer to some of the rivers around here. And yeah, they had to be evacuated. And there's a bit of damage and stuff like that. So we had like some power surging and stuff like that. But other than that, we're pretty good here. Yeah, we're fully in winter right now. We're full on winter. I've been living in the blanket hoodies. I'm not in my hoodie today, but I'm actually thinking of jumping over to my hoodie because I have my standard blanket hoodies that I've been wearing. And then I got to do an hoodie collab, which was really exciting. And they gave me an hoodie and I did a hoodie sponsored stream. I also technically have a hoodie code because I'm an influencer, apparently. Oh, that's not even my command word. Oh my god. Yeah. It should still be valid for like another month and a half. But yeah, I got a hoodie from them and then it was just like, oh my gosh, this is so warm and cozy and so much thicker than my other blanket hoodies. And so I ended up buying 2 more. Now I meant to come yesterday and they haven't. But I actually think, looking at the tracking, they're still somewhere between Auckland and Gisborne, so I don't know where they are right now. But they've been stuck between Auckland and Gisborne since Monday, so it's like, where are you? But yeah, I'll give them the weekend because it's a public holiday and there's been a storm. But if you excuse me for 2 seconds, I am going to swap because I'm cold. So I was joking with Samsara that I now have my summer blanket hoodies and my winter blanket hoodies. There we go. That's better. Now we've got the thicker one on. Chai! Hello! Speaking of wonderful winter treats, chai, both the drink and the person, are lovely. And because I always forget to do this, I should get better at doing this and relying on my lovely mods. Let's shout out the wonderful Chai. Chai is another Kiwi streamer. Doing a bit of sporadic streaming at the moment, is preparing for a big move, but when Chai streams, it's a good, chill, cozy time. Very wonderful to be over there. Last stream was actually doing some photography, like going through their photographs and curating them. So that was really fascinating to see. Chai, you have an amazing eye. Like, some of the patterns and stuff that you captured were really neat. I really enjoyed that. Yeah. Been having this glass heater on some nights, makes the cat happy. Oh, I bet Shadow's loving that. I like the look of those huge t-shirts. They look comfy. They do look comfy. Unfortunately, the influencer code only is for hoodies, but by clicking on the link, like, you're already saying to hoodie, hey, this is a good person to pair up with. I don't get paid for this, by the way. I got the hoodie for free. I did the stream for the hoodie because I love hoodies. And then I brought 2 more of my own. But it does say to them, like, you know, hey, good person to pair up with. So, but yeah, get yourself the biggest discount you can. Use whatever options they give you to get, like, the biggest discount you can. Because save that moolah, right? Like, I only got 2 more because they have buy one, get one free at the moment in Kiwi for Aotearoa. So I was like, yeah, I'm gonna take advantage of this. I didn't even use my own discount code. I don't care. I don't get paid. Get yourself the biggest discount you can. Happy Matariki to you too, Chai. I hope you're having a wonderful day so far. By being here, you're celebrating Matariki. And we're actually working in the Matariki Colouring Book as well. So right now we're working on the star called Pahutakawa. Which I'm sure you know what a Pahutakawa flower is, but for those that aren't aware, Pahutakawa is a name of a flower, but it's also one of the stars in the cluster of Matariki, or Pleiades. She is the star that helps guide the spirits across the dead, across the night sky, because part of Matariki, that if you were doing a full traditional Matariki celebration, is you would have a words. I'm having one of those days where my brain stops working and it's not helping. But if you were doing the full-on Matariki celebrations, you would have a karakia for each of the stars, and there is one for Pahutakawa that you would... I actually have the karakia. I did find it in my research. I found all the karakias for all the stars. Karakias are like prayers or chants, and so you would say this prayer, this chant, and then together... Oh, there's something on my... Anyway, at the end of saying this karakia, you would then say the names of those that you have lost since the last rising of Matariki, and it's a way to acknowledge that the those that have gone in the past year. And because Matariki is a time for remembrance of those that have gone and the lessons that they have taught us and the wisdom that they have imparted to us. And then it's a celebration of the end of the harvest, the end of the season, and you'd spend time having a bunch of kai, eating together, and then celebrating with your whānau, which is your family, but also your community and the people around you. And then also it's a time for preparing for the future, to look forward on how to have a bright and prosperous year coming up. So it is Māori New Year. Yeah. Hi Amy, popping in to say a quick hello from Adelaide. I need an hoodie on too. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I heard it's very cold over there too, spare room studio. I hope you're staying warm as best as you can. It is definitely cold. It's definitely winter in the southern hemisphere. Yeah, I did find all the karakias. I can do my best to pronounce it if you would like to hear a karakia. Again, my te reo Māori is not perfect. I am trying. I am trying to do my absolute best with pronunciation, but I am still very aware I am learning. Raised in a very Pākehā household. Pākehā is European. That is nothing negative towards my family. That was just the way we were raised. It was very common to be raised Pākehā. We didn't get a lot of te reo exposure at my school. And it's really beautiful to see now. There's such a movement towards embracing the multicultural aspect of New Zealand and acknowledging the indigenous culture of the Māori and recognizing and embracing a lot more of it. So it's really cool to see. And it's making me feel a lot more confident in doing things like being here on Twitch and actually trying to introduce more te reo and trying to put out Aotearoa and our culture here, because I'm also aware that if you're not from New Zealand, if you're not in Aotearoa, which is the Māori name for New Zealand, land of the long white cloud, prefer that name so much more than New Zealand. Like, Aotearoa is so pretty, land of the long white cloud. But yeah, you may not be exposed to te reo. You may not be aware of the tikanga of Māori and like different elements of the culture. So it's something that I can do to sort of be like, hey, you know, even a simple thing. Like, I did pull up, and I keep forgetting to say it, but I did pull up just to be sure. I'm pretty sure I know most of my colours, but I'm also having one of those days. So I have a list of colours in Māori. Like, whiro is red. Ma is white. Whiro is red. Kakariki green. Who went to primary school and sung that song? I remember that from preschool. That is the only thing I remember from preschool. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting absolutely distracted. So I was looking up. I want to know the traditional name for the dress. To because I also would love to add on some tattoos, because tattoos are very traditional in Māori and very, very important. And clothing is also a representation of your mana, your self-identity and your power. So clothes are also really important. Yeah, there was a little difference between the clothing of men and women too, until the Europeans arrived. Also, it doesn't have the letter Z, which I cannot pronounce at all, and Aotearoa sounds a lot nicer to say anyway. Imagine singing Aotearoa. It's so much nicer. It just flows off the tongue easier. Yeah. We're not as cold as you guys, but cold for us. Love hearing about the Māori culture. Thankfully, we have more opportunity to learn these days. Exactly. I love being able to, like, try and introduce, and this is a big reason why I wanted to learn Te Reo as well. When I signed up for Te Reo courses, the second time. The first time I then had my flare up and went into hospital and missed like 8 weeks of classes, so I just withdrew because I was so behind. I had to withdraw again because of my health as well. When I signed up for Te Reo classes, they were giving their reasons, and I said one of the big reasons I want to learn more Māori is because of the fact that I'm a streamer and I want to be able to have more Te Reo and have confidence in saying Te Reo, and because I have an international audience, also be able to answer those questions about Māori culture and Te Reo, and a simple thing like trying to be able to say the Māori place names, like New Plymouth is Namutu. Everywhere in New Zealand has a Māori place name, and most of them have a European place name. Some places we just use the Māori name. So, but yeah, like when I grew up, there was Mount Taranaki or Mount Egmont. Mount Egmont is the name the European settlers gave, but most of us just call it Mount Taranaki, or Manga Taranaki, which is Mount Taranaki in Te Reo fully. Yeah, so just little things like that. I was in an international choir when I was in high school, and we did Hai Mai. Oh, yes. Our vice principal was in New Zealand. Yes. I love that. There are, if you ever get to hear some of the waiatas, that the Māori songs, they're just stunning. There is a place in Rotorua that I would love to go to, and it's actually at a pa, and it's based on a traditional whare, and the servers are in traditional Māori clothes. You go in, you have a traditional waiata greeting, they do a haka, they welcome you onto the pa site, and then you learn a lot about Māori culture, and they integrate food in a really interesting way. I cannot remember the name, but I can find it for y'all if you're interested. Where they take traditional New Zealand ingredients and then create dishes with it to help like blend tradition and modern food, and it's like really amazing food, but it's also a really amazing cultural experience. And so if I ever get to stay in Rotorua, I would love to go to this place. It is absolutely stunning. If you follow Mike Chen, or not Simply Dumpling, something Dumpling, he was recently in New Zealand and he got to do it, and it was just so cool to see. But yeah, I am trying to work on my pronunciation, and interesting enough, Japanese is actually very helpful for learning Māori pronunciation. So I'm doing Japanese through Duolingo at the moment, and hopefully in time Duolingo will actually put Te Reo on there as well, because that would work really well for me, since attending classes is usually quite difficult and I haven't found a way to do Te Reo yet. We're just going to make you all green down there. I visited New Zealand twice and would love to come again. It's such a beautiful country and I met some lovely people on our travels. One day I hope to come back. I hope you do get to come back too to Aotearoa. It is, like, it's not, you know, no country's perfect. And yes, we definitely have issues like every country. But it is also a really beautiful country. And we are very lucky to live in a country with such stunning landscape, a really interesting culture, and Lord of the Rings. It is one thing though, like Lord of the Rings, I love watching Lord of the Rings, but it is just funny sitting there and trying to not identify the country and be like, no, we're in Middle Earth, we're not in the South Island. We're not in the peaks, you know, we're not here. It's the same thing with, if you've ever watched The Last Samurai with Tom Cruise, that was actually filmed in my hometown. And it's because Mount Taranaki apparently is a good stand-in for the shape of Mount Fuji. So they filmed that around my local park. Yeah, and Mum, if you're still there, Mum actually got to meet Billy Connolly when he was in New Plymouth filming it. That looks like a really interesting book. I haven't seen it before. Is it readily available? Funnily enough, I didn't get into Lord of the Rings. Oh, that's understandable. Like, I would fully recommend not reading the books. I know that sounds horrible, but I listened to the audiobooks of Lord of the Rings because I was like, no, I just want to know that I've read Lord of the Rings. It was, oh my god. They're like, each audiobook is like 28 hours and, oh, it's a slog. I did it, but would not do again. And I mean, like, for Lord of the Rings, movie 1, they go on a walk. That is movie 1. They go on a walk. Well, I have to be off. I hope you have a great. I hope you have a great rest of your stream. Take care. Hopefully we get to see each other soon. Yes, you take care too, Marilyn. Thank you so much for being here. I'm a professional streamer. I remember to do these things. Miss Marilyn Darling is also a wonderful streamer. Streams calligraphy, so if you've ever wanted to learn about calligraphy and ink, really good place to go. I was the only one not screaming Billy. I remember you coming home and being like, yeah, I met Billy Connolly, wasn't impressed. Yeah, what a walk, right? So for the book, I mean, it's definitely readily available in New Zealand. I am not sure internationally. I did try to find this information before stream, but then I ran out of time to find it. But, Matariki Colouring and Activity Book. So, let's see. If we can find international, like, let's see if it's on Amazon or anything, because it's definitely on a few places. Aotearoa Books, do you ship internationally? That would be lovely to know. Shipping. Oh yeah, these guys do shipping. Whoa, $30 shipping over to Australia. Woo! Okay, that might be a bit much. But yeah, the book itself is, let me bring it up for you in YouTube. I don't know why I'm using this keyboard when I have my keyboard right in front of me. Give the bot a moment and it will pop up the information. Hopefully. Come on, bot, you can do this. Yeah. There we go. So there is the information for you, Spare Room Studio. I would recommend just Googling it for yourself. It's possibly on Amazon, but it's not coming up for me. Again though, like, Google tends to put things suitable to you, so yeah, double check. I hope it's available internationally. It'd be really cool if it was. If not, I mean, maybe I can arrange purchase and shipping of it. It's only $18. It's not a particularly expensive colouring book. $18 New Zealand. I shall Google that and see what I come up here in Oz. I hope so. I know a few distributors in New Zealand that ship to Australia. I believe Mighty Ape also ships to Australia, and they definitely stock it. So that could be another option as well. Been identifying flowers through Google Images, and oh my god, the Kiki is the name of the unusual plants I saw once in the Isobel Tavern. Sent you a photo in Discord as well. Excellent. I will. Oh yeah, I see I got a message. I've actually got Discord open today. Don't normally have it open during streams. Oh, ooh, that's a cool plant. That's a cool plant. Terrible habit. Don't ever start. Do not encourage. Right, what was I actually looking at? I cannot remember. I was colouring plants. I was colouring plants with Matariki, which is green. Ma is white. Yellow is Fiddle is red. Why did I say yellow is red? Ma is white. Fiddle is red. Matariki green. Can't remember the rest of the song. I think it goes into oranges next. Yeah. I think it's like Cortha is yellow. I can't remember the rest of it. It's like something is something, something is something, and then it goes A-E-I-O-U. Did you do your vowel? That's the only thing I remember from kindergarten is the Māori Colours song, and I only remember the first paragraph or verse of it. Have to come across to New Zealand to have a holiday and stock up on colouring books. Hubby will be impressed. It's actually there are a couple of Kiwi specific colouring books, but this is the first one that I have gotten. I was actually gifted this one, but I was looking to purchase it myself. It's just some people bet me to purchasing it by gifting it to me, which is very, very kind. I hope they are able to turn up to stream today, because I know they were hoping to see how I colour the page. If not, I'll send a picture to them afterwards. But there's a couple of them, and none of them have grabbed me in terms of colouring, but this one I was like, yes, because it has these beautiful images, and this is what really caught me is the representation of the stars. But yeah, I've thought about it would be really good to actually do a Kiwiana colouring book. That is because most of the Kiwi colouring books that I found are very kid orientated, which isn't bad. Like, I don't mind simpler colouring books. Like, I have the Barbie and Disney Princess colouring books for here right now. Like, I don't mind simple kid colouring, but I would also love to do some colouring books that are a bit more detailed and a bit more themed. I know, I've got so many ideas for colouring books and colouring pages, and I have been dabbling in it. Secrets. Been dabbling in it. It's just, it does take me a while to sketch stuff. Pensilvania! Hello. Hello, lovely. Kia ora. I saw that you got a package. You got presents that you paid for yourself. But still, it's fun getting presents. But yeah, when I was out and about in town yesterday, I went into an op shop, because I love going into op shops and seeing what they have. And I found a bundle in one of them, and it had a bunch of fine liners, which is the whole main reason I grabbed this package. It had like random felt tips and markers and a Ronald Dahl stamp set. So I've just left those in a bag, and I will put them into a small collection that I have up at my mum for my niece and nephew. But it also came with a bunch of Staedtler fine liners. There's about 10 of them, so I grabbed those because for $3 for 10 of those, already a great deal. But then there was also a colouring book in it too. This one here, I don't know how old this colouring book is. It is old though, but I want to see if I can find how old it is. But it's got like these really faint lines. Yeah, this is the one that has been started to colour in. But it's really neat. You absolutely can. Yeah. So yeah, it's a super, super old colouring book, but really cool. Detective Sammy's on it. Yes, presents from me. I got several. We'll do a little haul stream later, but I plan on waiting till yours is over. Aww. Well, you know you don't have to wait for me to finish streaming to stream. But, yeah, if I get a chance, I will come over and have a look. Let's do a shout out for the wonderful pencil butter. I like books that have some info included too. Is the paper nice in this one? Amazon Australia stocks it, and QBD books on my first look. Fantastic. Let's see if I can actually find the weight of the paper. It is definitely it's not thin paper. I see no information about the paper. Let me grab some books beside me and see if I can feel a similar weight of paper. Right, go to Kirby. I would say it is very on par with a UK Kirby. So a Kirby with the U in it. It even feels a little thicker, to be honest, than a Kirby paper. It's definitely the smooth white. Kirby's like one of my go-to markers for paper. But yeah, it's definitely got some body to the paper. Don't know if the mic's picking this up. A little bit. I would put it, that's a 120. I'd maybe put it about a 140 to 160 GSM. But yeah, good, thick, smooth paper. Obviously, I'm using alcohol markers here. So, but you can see sometimes with alcohol markers, you get a whole bunch of distortion on the paper. We've got a little bit around here where I put a lot of layers, but it's handling it well. The real test, of course, will be when we get into pencils. But yeah, I think the paper's pretty reasonable. Not thin paper by any means. Hopefully that's useful. How are you going today, PB? Happy Matariki. It is Māori New Year here, being Friday. Well, there's no specific day for Matariki. It is when the star cluster, Matariki, or Pleiades, rises in the sky. So this year it happens to be around this time, and also different. I forgot some leaves on her head. Some iwi see it at different times, and some iwi celebrate it, which iwi is tribes. Some iwi celebrate it after it rises, when it's the next new moon or on the full moon. Like these different elements to it. Right. So what are we gonna do for this outfit? I think that one might make the cart for my next Amazon buy. I need to get out and walk the dog before the sort of rain comes. Have a great day. Thank you so much for being here, Spare Room Studios. And if you do get the book, please let me know, because I think that's wonderful. And I'm very happy to also buddy with you on a page as well, so that I keep working in it. But yeah, I'm excited for you, and I hope you have a wonderful day. Enjoy the walk with the dog.
December 31st, 1969.
Damn! That is cool. I should note that down.
Silver pen?
Nope. Gotta... December 1969.
December 31st. Please. About 55 years old.
Damn. I like the fact it's published in 1969. Yeah. Right. So, I think what we're gonna do for the dress is we are going to do the solid band across the top, and then we're going to make it look like one of the reed skirts or dresses, which is not drawn as is, but I think I can pull it off, and I feel a bit more I feel like it would be more appropriate doing that. So what we need is a light tan color to represent the... I should learn the name of it. Yeah, 1969. It's an old coloring book, and it's just like been sitting in someone's cupboard for a long time, obviously. Again, I would have brought the set without the coloring books because it was worth it just for the fine liners, but I was like, oh, that's interesting. There was also 2 other coloring books in there, but they were just, one of them was a Millie Mariotta knockoff print, and then one of them was just a $2 shop book with, like, Shutterstock art. So it's just like, meh. There's another lady looking at them. And at first I saw her with the Millie Mariotta knockoff, and I was like, oh my god, is that a Millie Mariotta? That would have been so cool. But nah, it was a knockoff, so I didn't get it. I left it for someone else to enjoy. But as I said, I did get this little pack for $3 that had 10 fine liners and a very old colouring book. We might actually try to work some patterns and stuff into this. As I said, she also doesn't have any of the tattoos. It could be quite nice to give her a moko, which is the facial tattoos, but I would also want to look into the designs and make sure I'm choosing something appropriate. So just have to be careful that we are using the right designs. Let's focus on getting everything based. And then we'll get in here with our pencils. A little bit more fiddle. You said Stadler, right? Are they the Tri-Plus fine liners or the black ones? They are the Tri-Plus fine liners. In a bunch of different colours as well. Wait, sorry, no, they're not. The Tri-Plus fine liners are the other fine liners I have. They are the Stadler fine liners. My apologies. I'm calling them the wrong thing. Apologies, my brain. Not the Stadler, the Stablo. these ones. They cost me $2 a piece to buy them. I have got the wrong words in my brain. Because they also have the Staedtler Triplus fine liners. And there's some colours in here that aren't in the Triplus fine liners. Yeah. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 11 of them. So, yeah, for that alone was worth it, because to buy these brand new, that's $22 worth. So, $3 for this. And yes, they all work. I did test them. So, pretty sweet deal. That book isn't quite as old as me. Oh my goodness. Edmund said it's coming tomorrow. Oh my goodness, Spare Room Studio. That's amazing. And absolutely, yes. Flick me a message. And we can look at doing a page together. It's quite cool in the sense that because it's an activity book as well, like, not every page needs to be coloured in. So it's also like one of those books that you can kind of work through quickly if you don't count the activity pages. My brain's just like, I could finish this colouring book. There are still quite a few pages to colour though. And like some of the activity pages you could still absolutely colour. Right, so this band across the top. Nope. I've got it out. Actually, maybe... No, we'll colour it in black. And then we'll do some patterns on top of it with Poscas. And I know this isn't black. This is dark. This is a dark warm grey. But I want the opportunity to darken. So we use this with the intention that we are going to darken it later. Again, we're just basing colours. Right, so I do know though, for down here, I do want to do this black. Do need, we've got another leaf there. So the idea will be we'll darken her hair enough that it looks like her hair is becoming the night sky. And we'll work very carefully with the black because I don't want it to bleed over, but it will also help clean up these edges where I kind of just spilled over a little bit. The other thing that I got yesterday, because there is an art store here, and where I live, I don't have an art store. So we all know my Mod Podge Extreme Glitter, aka SS Galactic Glitter Glue. I love this stuff. I use this stuff a lot. But then I also found Sparkle Mod Podge. So I also grabbed that one. So the difference between them is this one has a holographic glitter in it, and this one's like got more of a blue and rainbow color, whereas this is more iridescent. They are slightly different glitters. So we got more glitter. Oh, and we're just about to go to our next break. Everyone, it's time for self-care. Grab yourself some kai, some food, grab yourself some wine, some water, grab yourself your meds, have a stretch, have a little chance to self-care, look after yourself. I am of course going to stretch. I also need water. I need a lot of water. But yes, let's self-care. Oh, crack goes my back. Oh, looking forward to it. My granddaughter might like doing the activities with me. Yes. All right, you're off. All good. It was so lovely to see you, Spare Room Studio. Thank you so much for popping in. I'm very excited for you in the book. Ah, I definitely needed to stand up. But yeah, I did get a few little bits and pieces while I was out. I also got a bunch of snacks, including spiculas. Yes, you can have one, Sammy. Of course you can.
Thank you.
Don't even have to ask. You can smell them when you open the container too. I love these cookies. I like them because they're not overly sweet, but they've still got a good spice to them. They're still sweet, but they're not thickly sweet. Speaking of slightly sweet, you've also got your donuts here too. I also found a donut shop here when I was out and about yesterday. It was very dangerous. So because it's a public holiday, I have no work today as well, which is great. Yeah, day off work. Right, cross the foot. Down the wrong hole. Should have made a black coffee. Those are so good with black coffee. Alrighty, welcome back from our break. I hope you had a good break. Ooh, and are feeling good and refreshed. And I just remembered alarm. Won't let me turn off my work alarm for today. It'll pick up on that a little later on. I will make sure my work alarm is turned off. So yeah, we're probably going to go over the night sky with some glitter as well, because I think that'll be pretty. And it'll look like starry sky. Right. All these little bits. So many little areas. That's okay. We're getting there. So yeah, for those that weren't here before, during this week, as well as being Matariki, it's also Kiwi RPG Week, or Kimu Whakatau o Aotearoa, which is a collective of Kiwi role-playing, celebrating Kiwi role-playing. So it celebrates TTRPGs that have been created by New Zealanders, and also like New Zealanders that have like podcasts and live shows and actual plays and just all things to do with roleplay in Aotearoa. There's been a whole week of streams so far. So for last night, for example, Sammy was on a stream and it was really, really cool. It was D12 Go. And tonight there is a system called Merger, I think it is. Which looks really interesting as well. And then tomorrow is the finale. And it is Monster of the Week, which I think a lot of people don't realize is developed by a Kiwi. And so tomorrow's game, Monster of the Week, is being GM'd by the amazing Ruby from This Is Ruby OK. I've been in a few things with Ruby before. She's also my GM for the campaign I play in. But unfortunately, one of the players has come down very sick in it. So I am on standby to play in it. So there is a very, very high chance we are rolling as if I will be playing. It's just if by some miracle she feels a lot better, I've said she can come back in because the group's practice together and stuff. But I'm there as a backup, essentially, and it looks like I will be going live. So tomorrow at 8 PM New Zealand time, I will be on Kimu Whakatau o Aotearoa's Twitch channel playing some Monster of the Week. I will get an event set up in the Discord, or you can head to the Kiwi RPG website, and it does have some other time zones listed. If you go to the Kiwi RPG Week schedule. But yeah, if you're around, you want to check it out. There's also some prizes that can be won. It is only to a New Zealand address for shipping. However, I can be your New Zealand address. And then we can work out future shipping from there. And yeah, it should be a really good time. I've been the mod this week, and I've really enjoyed watching all these different systems and learning about it. There's just some very creative individuals around. Go to the brush there. So what are we all up to out there? How are we all getting on? Anybody colouring along or crafting? Doing the worklooks? Whatever you're doing, I hope it is going well and you are successful and you're enjoying yourself. I can hear Sammy's controller going, so I know she's playing something.
Hello, Night.
Hello, Night. I did wonder.
That's great.
I know you do.
I was here.
Me, why do I have so few photos from 2021 onwards? Me, realizes a few seconds later, oh, final year of undergrad and then starting masters. Makes sense. Does make sense. Just busy, busy times. Literally the only photos I have taken from 2021 to 2023 were geology field trip pickies. Oh my goodness. That's okay. It happens, you know, we get... Sometimes, I think it's good though, like... I used to know someone who was just... Has to have photos, have to have photos, have to have photos, and always taking photos, so there's something to post, and it's like, you're so busy taking photos, you're missing out on the experience. And that is far more important. Right. So, this is where we need to... You would come down here. Maybe we're trying to pull out the blues that I want to work into the sky. So I want marine blue, because that's really lovely dark blue. I've got this one here. Could pull out Prussian, which is like a deep purple. I really want to go like really dark blue on the sky. Guess I could use a little bit of royal, but it's such a contrast. It's such a pop of blue. It's all good, PB. It's all good. If I ever see random letters or characters or strings come from you, I just presume your cats are on the keyboard again. Alright, we'll pull out royal blue, but I may not be happy with it. We'll see how we go. Wasn't even a cat this time. I was adjusting my keyboard tray, getting ready to type. At least I didn't turn off the internet this time. That's so funny. got my new monitor set up and is so much bigger and brighter. I think I actually need to turn down the saturation. I noticed that when I switched monitors and laptops as well, like the change in color. Oh my god. Right, and so I don't know if I'm doing this correct, but I'm just gonna rock with it. And yes, I know I've kind of spilled over the edges. I'm actually planning to go over the edges with a white Posca. Or maybe a silver. I haven't quite decided. But we'll go over those lines and then put glitter over the back too. That's kind of the plan. Shaky hands don't help either. I know my old monitor prints up pretty true, so I know I got the colours right. Nice! The monitor's the only one of packages I ever opened. And the toaster, right? 10 out of 10 geologists recommend rocking it with it when needed. Well done, Joe. Well done. Alright, so now I know we're going to kind of try and do center in the bright blue. We'll get these in place and then we can look at colouring in the waka. It doesn't matter if it bleeds over a little bit because we're going around it with darker colours. And as I said, I'm going over the lines as well, so... Which is good because my hands are kind of shaky today. So, it's not working too well, but we're doing our best. And... Oh, the toaster I brought a couple of days ago, yeah. Got a hearing test today, and I am no more deaf than I was 20 years ago, but also pretty deaf on the right side. But my left is still perfect. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, I'm glad it hasn't gotten any worse, but... It's still not great. Are you to the point where you might need to get a hearing aid to assist, or... Part of me wonders if I need a hearing test, but I'm pretty sure most of my hearing difficulties come from processing overload, because I am very aware that I do get overwhelmed when there's too much noise. So I think just sometimes I have auditory processing issues. Yep, we're using the right one. It is the marine that we do here. It's the more green blue than the indigo blue. But yeah, I used to struggle a lot in hearing things in conversations and stuff, and I was like, huh? But when I learned about auditory processing, I was like, actually that makes sense, because if I'm one-on-one with someone, I'm usually okay. But if there's a lot of background noise and things, I just struggle. Used to struggle a lot in classrooms with that too. I did good where I could just read a textbook. Oop. Fancy phone, hello. How are you going? Kia ora, it's good to see you. I had the poor audiologist scare because asymmetry in hearing usually means something bad, like no, I've had, yeah, you've had the meningitis, so it's been that way all your life. She said I would probably benefit from one just to balance out my hearing. Yeah, I have the processing issues too. Yeah, but there are also times I can hear you talking, but I'll be damned if I can understand a word you're saying. Yep. There are certain pitches that if I plug my left ear, I can't hear them at all. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad it's become more recognized about the, like, processing issues, because I know now in, like, certain areas, like, if you're recognized young enough that you do have auditory processing issues, they can get you headphones and get the teacher a microphone so that it blocks out all the sound except for the teacher's voice, so that you don't have to worry about the discrepancies and the interruptions and can just focus on what's actually being said. Like, gosh, if I had that, that would have made things a lot easier. But I also really hate wearing headphones and earbuds, as we all know. But yeah, part of me was like, because I know you can also get those noise oscillating thingy-mabobs that help with overwhelming noises and stuff like that too. But it's the same thing. I have to then wear earbuds, and I really don't like the feel of anything in my ears. Or on my ears. I just don't like my ears being covered. But yes, nothing wrong with needing to wear a hearing aid if it will help you to be able to hear. The joys of technology. A hearing aid is just like a pair of glasses for me, you know, it's just something to help make it a bit easier. But also sometimes it's like, I don't want to hear the world, I don't want to see the world, I don't want to be involved in the world. Alright, and then we want Prussian, the purpley blue. I think our Pahutakawa star starting to come together. Like again, I know, base coats. But I'm starting to see it, you know? I like where we're going with it. Oh, well, of course, like most things, look a bit better once we start getting some pencil shading in there. But I think the sky is going to look very cool in these shades of blue once it's done. Oops, shaky hand there, but that's okay. It's going into the black area. Also hate earbuds and headphones, but it's more because I can't hear what's on around me. I want to try some of those bone earbuds since they don't actually stop sound going into your ear. I plan on seeing what will be covered under my insurance, but she said there's a state program that I can possibly get them through because hearing aids can cost several grand. Yeah, I think they're quite expensive here too. Which is like things that just assist in everyday life and give so much life improvement should not cost ridiculous amounts of money. Hearing aids, glasses, dentures, mobility aids, prosthetics, medication, all those sort of things. I also got these yesterday. If anyone knows the Samyang Bulldog spicy noodles, It's that, but on like little chips. They're really good. We're going to turn that one into black. Just get a little... Do, 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 do. Okie dokie, we're just about there, so we'll just have the waka, which I'll just do a quick search to see if there's anything, but I think we'll use the same cream that we used to base her dress on the waka. For the sails, at least. And then probably the same brown as the skin for the boat itself. But I will just double check quickly. I know they can be painted and carved and quite decorative. It's crazy to think when you look at like a waka, how they travelled across oceans in these tiny little boats. They survived, you know? Yes, for those that missed it, what we are colouring right now is the Matariki Colouring and Activity Book. And Matariki is a cluster of stars, and each of the stars has a name and a role. So right now we are colouring the star Pahutakawa. And the role of Pahutakawa was she guided the spirits of those that have died across the night sky. So that's what we're representing. Sorry, I'm just looking up the construction of a waka. They were typically each carried 10 sailors traditionally. You can still go for rides on wakas. They still have them in different areas where you can like go for an actual ride on one. Alright, so I was right in that we do the light coloured sails. Using the other end. Ooh. yeah, we're not worrying about shading here. We are just colouring in our flat colours. And we've got brown. And then what I did notice was some of them have little touches of red. So we're going to keep that because then we can bring across our fiddle into little touches on the waka, and it will tie everything together. Here we go. There's all our colours sort of based out and planned. We have lost the instructions for making sugar star cookies for Matariki, but that's okay. Oh, my paper obviously moved at some point. We've got transference onto this side. That's okay, because that's just to complete the crossword there. And it didn't even go all the way through there. I mean, not complete the word, not complete the crossword. Hey! Need to crack the spine, I tell you. Not sitting flat. Alright, let's put away our colours. Clean up, clean up. Alright, 62 is first, and then we have 69 and 70. Clean up. Why would you do a thing like that? I don't know. I don't know. Because I know me and I know how overwhelmed I get when I have too much stuff out. Which I don't mind some days. Some days I can have it all out. And then some days I'm like, nope, nope, nope. So I do still have half my colours out from the turtle page that we've been working on from Matamua. I could put back in the book. I don't see it blue. Oh, it was sitting on top. It's one of the pages just out down. Seconds. Still meant to be on that side. Yep. Come here. Come here. Oh, yeah, I have done a little bit more on our turtle as well. Shine, so much shine. But you can almost see like a line down where I've done the shading and where I haven't. But we're starting to get like that glow from the lamps and getting a bit more detail in here. Yeah, it's slowly coming together. Still got a lot more work to do on that one. So I need to try and finish it the next 2 days. And I've got to send through the next buddy in Matamua to Cindy too tonight. Ooh. But yeah, so I still have all those pencils out at the moment. So there's a little bit of pencils around. It's okay, some of the colours will be used here anyway. Right, I'm going to start with black for shading the skin. Now, I normally wouldn't do this, but we are working with a darker skin tone, and the polychromos black actually has a bit of a warmth to it. It's not a pure dark black, it's got like a red undertone. That will work good as a starting shadow point here. And what I should do is contemplate where my light sources are. We'll just do side lighting. I think that's going to be easiest. Oop, too far. Now I can bring you in a bit. Probably could go in a bit closer. I think I hit on the reason why so many of my flower photos, especially from 80 years, look bland. I keep going for midday shots when the light is at its harshest and brightest rather than going for golden hour instead. Golden hour is gorgeous to get photos in. But yes, when you're going for midday shots, the sun is at its highest and it's usually its brightest. So you also lose shadows and just like variation in tone. It can appear quite flat. How's Hollow Knight going, Sammy?
That's alright.
Oh, yeah? You could say it's a bit of a wash. The sunlight is an ultimate floodlight and we can't put a gel over it easily. No. Though some cameras can put gels over the lens, so there's that. That's very true. Cameras have gotten so fancy now. Alright, camera's gonna shake for a second here. A little less. I'm just gonna have to make sure I keep my hand. It's also helping me to think about what kind of photography I'd like to particularly concentrate in, and it looks like flower photography, animal photography, including pets, and dance photography. That sounds awesome. If that's what inspires you, do it. Right, we're already starting to get much more 3D-ness on the face. Still got some purple to add in there. And some warmth. Really liking that one of flowers I took outside the railway station now. That was in midday, but somehow it turned out really nicely. Maybe use some backlighting. Maybe a certain railway cat wouldn't let anything go wrong after all, even photography at the railway station. Blessed by the railway cat.
Skimbleshanks, the railway cat, will not let anything go wrong. Not even this one photograph I took of flowers outside the railway station. Skimble won't let anything go wrong. Energetic music.
Woodart can't quite sing, but it's a good attempt, Woodart.
Tis true I cannot sing, but I am always doing my best to meet with hard ward art.
What that really is. I am planning to, at some stage, doing some sort of stream, probably just like on a non-regular stream day, just like as a little bonus stream one day. A stream where we redesign water. Because, like, I just whipped them up in Photoshop using, like, the rainbow gradient tool, and, like, it does well, but I'd like to give a little bit of a redesign and, like, actually make a little bit more of the pencil detail be in there. You know, like, pencils have, like, sometimes markings on them or different bits and pieces, like, just a little bit more detail. It's difficult to tell people what my wife does for a living. She sells by the seashore. You did that one on purpose, Jester. That's a tricksy one. Oh, lighting. Always a pain. And if I, like, take that further away, so shadows light then. Still kind of intense. Sorry about all the shaking. Now it's just like really in my face. Oh, there is no winning. And then maybe if I turn down the, not that button, that one. Bear with me 2 ticks. There we go, that's the issue. We need to, let's just put on auto exposure for a second. Whoa, no, you go way brighter then. Okay, this is looking a little better. Not so blown out now. Gonna slip into Luke mode and clean up around my desk some more before I crack open the rest of these boxes and have supplies spread everywhere. All good, PB. Thank you so much for being here. Enjoy your lurk. And if I don't catch you before your stream, enjoy your stream and your unboxing and all your fun new supplies. See, this is the thing. I balance my lights at the start of stream as best I can. But then we start adding colour to a page. Then everything changes. I love adding purple to skin for shading. Alright, so up there is one area I desperately need to fix. Over $500 of stuff I got delivered today. Nice. Oh, that's a massive unboxing. Enjoy. Right now in some areas the purple may look a little intense, but we will be going back over with a brown layer to help blend it out. But the purple just adds like really natural shadows and variation to the skin. Do, 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 do. Alright. Burnt umber. This will go over everywhere that we have our purple. And that should be the shadows basically done. And we can bring in some warmth and highlights. The skin. Obviously, we've still got a lot more to go, but oh, it's been another hour. Time to do the check-in with yourself. Do you need some water? Do you need some meds? Do you need to go to the bathroom? Do you need a stretch? I need a black coffee. So I'm going to put you on the Be Right Back screen. We're already in ads. We're going to go on the Be Right Back screen. thank you for bearing with us as we just took a quick break. Got ourselves situated. Did the phone check in. I think I've caught up on almost everything. Amazing how quickly the messages build up when you're streaming. Okay, that'll do. That can all wait. Okay. Hope we're all doing well out there. I just quickly made myself a coffee and refilled my water. Also made Sammy a coffee. So we have caffeine. This really felt like a black coffee. It's way too hot right now. Okay. So, carrying on with our dating. I believe we had finished a feast and we were starting on here. I got so engrossed in it, I didn't even notice that the break was due. So I'm so sorry about not giving you a warning. Just kind of jumping into it. Because it was like, whoops, we're on break. It happens. Sometimes you get very engrossed in the art. We're gonna keep using our dark umber, particularly on areas where I might have gone a bit patchy, especially on the skin, because I really didn't do a good job of laying down the colour evenly on the skin. It happens. So, I know I want to do a little bit of light from the night sky, so I'm actually thinking we'll do like a light blue glow around certain areas. Like, there's a bit of a moonlight glow hitting Pahutakawa. I think will be really pretty. So I started re-listening to Dungeons and Ditties again yesterday. I started way back at the start, season 1. Just forgot about the silliness of the adventure. It's definitely an example of the rule of cool over the rules as written. Alright, so now we need to add in some warmth. that should be dark enough, but let's try a little bit of this one. So what I do have to do is when I pull out colours, just be conscious of not adding them to the box so I don't accidentally think I've been using them on the turtle. Oh, if I can get this pencil out. I used to push it out. There we go. May not be dark enough. Yeah, no, you're definitely not dark enough. I just realised I was shading in the hands and stuff and I didn't actually have the camera out far enough for you all to see that. That was really smart of me. It's almost like I'm a professional streamer. Ugh, light shine. Alright, this will work as like a highlight colour. So we'll take advantage of that and use it as a little bit of a highlight colour. Don't want to give the like glossy lips, but like lips do have like high points and low points, so we do want to indicate that. Make sure you go back in the folder so you don't get mixed up. Couple of reds out, and we'll keep track of the reds because we can also reflect these in the Pahudakawas. Add a bit of warmth to the lips. We're all having a good time zone so far. I'm having a fabulous day. I'm really glad I finally get to colour in this book. Okay, well, somehow we ended up giving a red lipstick, but oh well. She just wants to match the flowers. A little bit of blushing around the elbows and the tips of the fingers, because those are always slightly warmer. Just a very light coat, because we just want to warm them up slightly to represent that it's more fine blood vessels and they're generally a little warmer in colouring. And then the tip of the ear should also have a little bit of blushing. Do, 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 do. I'm doing that thing where I'm working out of frame again, so let's zoom out. Ooh, lights, light reflex. A never-ending battle. Actually, now it just looks too dark and everywhere too. Let's look at it on here. Do, 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 do. Anything that just makes the light look. Not gonna win. I'm just not gonna win. I just have to accept I'm not gonna win. If I turn one of these off. Whoa. And then bear with me, I know. We do get some awful shadows. Ah, no, it's about the same as what the other lights were causing anyway. Ah, turns down. Stops a little bit of the shine reflect. You're still going to get like variations with the texture of the paper and stuff, but I think that might work for now. I don't know. Again, we're not really going to win, so we do the best we can. It's the continual battle. Lighting. It does mean I can go like this. Get those out of my face too. we're going to use a little bit of Peblo here. Because I love this light blue colour for a highlight. It's so pretty. Sure, we're getting all the high points of the face. And then I'm gonna go right in around these eyes. These eyes are now frustrating me being unshaded around all the shaded skin. Right, what I'm doing. the fine liners to really get in there. Do all the fine lines that we want to do. I want to not use that colour. I want to fix up the way her smile is, because it looks like she's just kind of awkwardly grinning to one side. Okay. The teeth are not quite right. Okay, white Posca. You might be the dying one. I should have picked up a white Posca. What about that? I'm excited to see red. Then, because that's quite intense. Let's just use it. And you know, we'll let it dry and then we'll go over it to tone it down. Just so it's not so like pow. Although I do kind of like the pop of sparkly eyes. How are we all doing out there? Hope you're all doing good. What about my coffee? I'm also going to grab a cookie. Want to have a cookie? These two. You're welcome. So good for coffee. I believe they're called speculas. Or speculus. I think that's how you pronounce it. They're sort of like a cinnamony, nutmeggy type cookie. They're really tasty. I need FUD. I need to summon random FUD. Be like, explain the cookies. Yeah, I like how this is progressing so far. I hope you all like it too. Yeah, we'll do some of the hair next. I also think I do need to darken a bit more of the shadows on the body and just smooth that out a bit, but we can come back to that. But yeah, we'll finish doing these highlights and then we'll get onto the hair. Make sure your lovely hair is popping. And then we'll do the Purakawa flowers. Quick shading on the boat at the background there. The dress and all that. And then a little of the background. Andromeda! Hello! Hello! Andromeda, Andromeda's partner. We're the lovely, lovely people who gifted me this book. So, y'all can thank Andromeda for today's stream. But yes, I am doing well. Finally awakened here. I'm so glad. I was really hoping you would be able to tune up today, but I was just going to message you afterwards and be like, this is where I got to. But yeah, loving the book. The first hour of stream, we basically went through the book and talked about Matariki and the meaning and different elements and what each of the signs are. The stars are, not the star signs. Bruce Beggins, hello, kia ora, welcome on in. And yeah, as we were flicking through the book and looking at the different stars and the different illustrations in the book, I kept on coming back to Purakawa. I just really loved her illustration, and considering that Matariki is a time of reflection for those that we have lost over the past year, I felt like it was a really wonderful start to colour in for Matariki. So yeah, we decided to do Purakawa, and that's what we're working on now. I've done all the alcohol marking for the base, so just alcohol markers, and now we're shading in. So I've done a bit of shading on the face and the skin. We're just gonna start on some hair. So you're here for the hair. Let's keep you on that one there. Ah, it is you, Josh. I wasn't sure. I was like, their timing. Has Josh changed their name from their previously known Twitch name? But hello, Josh. I'm so glad you could pop in too. But welcome in, kia ora. I hope your Matariki is going well and you're enjoying a much deserved rest and relaxation. But yeah, it's been a really lovely book to go through and look at all the different elements and just learn little bits. And it's got some really neat stuff in here. The recipe for kumara soup sounds really good. That was the other one that I was contemplating doing as well. A tupa rangi. Because we've got the, I thought they were tui, but they're actually kiraru. And then tipua nuku. Tipua nuku was the other one I was thinking of colouring, which I'm doing this and you can't even see. My god. So tipua nuku, because I really loved, like, with the kumara here, it could be like really fun to do these colours. And then there's the recipe for kumara soup, which actually I legit think I'm going to make at some point, because it sounds really good. And we have a bunch of kumara to use up, so. Although I'm also going to make a veggie soup. And then, yeah. Tipua no, oh god. Tipua rangi was the other one that I was contemplating. But I love Purakawa, and the pop of red, I could just see this one. So that's why we started with this one. So yeah, I just lay down all the alcohol marker base. Now we're using my polychromos pencils to work over top. And starting to build up our shading. But how has your day been? How has the rest of your week been, Andromeda? I hope you've had an amazing birthday week and been absolutely spoiled all week, as you deserve. And Bruce Baggins, aka Josh, how are you going? Have you been doing more colouring? Thank you. I'm really happy with it. I'm just struggling a lot with the light today, as per usual. Yeah, light is a continual issue. Because, like, I can turn on more lights, but then we start to get shine reflect from all the pencils. So it's that balance between having bright enough light to see everything clearly, but not enough bright light that causes all the reflex. We're also snacking on Piculos. I think is they're the Dutch cinnamon cookies. So good, so good. God, how much I adore these cookies. And then I also have these, which, if you know the Samyang spicy hot chicken noodles, is that seasoning on some chips. That's so good. It's been nice. Josh gave me some really lovely presents. Heck yeah, Josh. Good job. Good job. Some colouring books, pencils, and logo flowers. Oh my gosh, what books did you get? I'm so excited. I'm going back and forth between two pictures in Wondermorphia. I got kind of ambitious trying new shading styles and kind of overdid it. So just going back to basics. Oh, some Lego flowers. Oh my god, I love the Lego flower sets. It's so cool. And that's valid. Like, I quite often will have like a really detailed shading page on the go, but then I'll have some simple pages as well. Because sometimes you just want to slap down colour. And it's nice to have a couple to bounce between. Right, we might get a bit awkward with the angles here, just so I can keep my hands comfortable while we do all the hair. Excuse me. It's cookie stuck in the back of my throat. I ended up getting a new colouring book yesterday. I went to town. I got a ride in with Sammy while she had to go to work. So I wandered around Gisborne for a while. And I went into an op shop and they had like a little pack that they had made up of random bits. And so there was a bunch of fine liners in there in this bag for $3. So I grabbed the bag because the fine liners alone made it worth it enough. And I had some other like felt tips and stuff, which I'll just pass on to my niece and nephew. And some stamps. But then it also had a colouring book in there. And I was like, wow, you're an old colouring book. Because I could tell that much, but I couldn't tell much more than that. But I was like, look, I'm getting the kit for the fine liners anyway. Don't even care if the colouring book's been coloured in. So I got this one. And it's a, like, really quite detailed, very light lines, old colouring book. Like, oh, that's kind of cool. And then Sammy looked it up for me. And it was actually published in 1969. The end of 1969. So, yeah. Really super old colouring book, which is very cool. My own copy of Wondermorphia and Kaleidomorphia. Oh, nice! Oh, that's exciting! Oh, I'm excited to see what you two get up to in those books. And I love the idea. And I can say from my own experience with Sammy that it's a really lovely way to spend a night colouring together. You know, put a movie on the TV or something and you just have your pencils in front of you and you just sit there and colour in while you're just watching something or half watching something if you need to rewatch something. It's a really lovely way to spend a night together. I think that's so cute. Now I want to come down and stay with you guys and bring my Wondermorphia and we can all just sit there and colour together. More than welcome to. I'm going to take you up at that at some point. Jump down on a bus. Easy peasy. Only problem with cookies is they get stuck in my tip. Yay, colouring party! Alright, we're getting there with this here. It's already looking a lot more like here instead of just flat colour. Smoot! Hello! Hello, hello! How are you going, lovely? We're working in the Matariki colouring book because of course it's Matariki. Yes, we do need to work a bit more over some of that skin on the arms, but that's okay. We can keep building up on that. I need another extender. Take out the white. Right. yes, it is Matariki, and so we are working in this book, and after doing a little flip through and explaining a bit about it, about Matariki and its significance and that, I kind of decided that I was really drawn to the Pahutakawa page. I just really love like having the pops of red in there. I could see it straight away with the dark blue sky and then the pops of red. I thought it would be real pretty, so that's the one I decided to start on. And so we've done a bit on the face. I've still got to go in and finish off part of the skin on the arms. Now we're working on the hair and building up tones in the hair. So much to do today. I'm in the middle of a hair wash. I am packing. At some point I will want a nap. Oh my goodness, that is a lot. Are you travelling away, hun, if you're packing? I hate packing. I hate packing with a passion. Thank you. It is a really neat page. And because I went into Gisborne town yesterday, the main street. I just walked up and down the main street and popped into a few different places. I got myself some new Poscas and some colours I didn't have, which is exciting. But we all know and love SS Galactic Glitter Glue, aka Mod Podge Extreme Glitter. Might need to turn on the lights with it. Oh, let's move the lights so they don't blast Sammy's eyes first, because that's polite. Perfect, that one. So you can see a little bit of the sparkle. Bear with me. Maybe. Nope, it's just going to blow it out. Okay, rude lights. But yes, I put a little bit on top so you can see a bit of the sparkle. It's not catching it. There we go, that's what we want. Wow. When I popped into the art shop, I found Mod Podge Sparkle, which is different than Galactic Glitter Glue. Now, they're going to look very similar on the white, but Galactic Glitter Glue is more rainbow glitter. This is more holographic, clear glitter. So I have a new Mod Podge glitter. I'm going to an overnight in Boston. I've got to catch a train at 8 AM. My friend wants to catch a concert tomorrow night. Oh, nice. It's exciting. Well, I hope you have an absolute blast. Glitter, 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 glitter. I also have exciting plans for tomorrow night. I am very excited. So as you'll know, I have been one of the many clever Kiwis involved with Kiwi RPG Week. I've just been helping out modding. That's about all I've been doing. And just vibing and enjoying the chat. But due to some player sickness, I will be jumping in on Saturday to Ruby's stream to play some Monster of the Week. Now, there is a caveat in that if the player does feel better, I have said I will drop back out so the original player can take over. However, they are very sick and very unlikely to be going on. So yeah, at 8 PM tomorrow, on the Kiwi RPG Twitch. Yeah, I get to play some TTRPGs. It's should be very fun. I've already played with most of the people on the stream. There's one that I haven't played with before, but everyone else I've played in multiple games with, so I already know how much them roleplay and know how to fit in with them, which is quite cool. And yeah, I've always wanted to play Monster of the Week, so I'm very excited to be able to jump in and play very last minute. yeah, and there's one tonight, which is a system called Merger, which I don't know anything about that system, so that'll be interesting. But it's all Kiwi developed systems and design systems, so yeah, really, really interesting setup. And then BD&D, which is a really cool gaming store here in New Zealand, has been sponsoring the whole week, and these prizes. So there's a prize that you could win tonight, and there's a prize tomorrow as well. Does only ship to a New Zealand address, but I will be that New Zealand address, and then we can forward on if need be. But yeah, it's been real interesting. There's been lots of different systems. Sammy got to play last night the D12 Go, and got to play a very cool game of Stay Dead Damn It, which is a zombie module. Really fun system. So yeah, I will get an event made in the Discord as well, so it will translate times. So yeah, I have a little concept made. Had a very quick rundown of the game last night from Ruby. Already knew a little bit about it because I've been looking into playing it. But yeah, quick rundown. But yeah, as I said, if the original player is feeling better, I have said that, you know, I'm happy to step back because the group has been working together and had a bunch of warm-up games, and there is a group dynamic, so... But it's very unlikely because they are really sick, unfortunately. Right, we've gone too intense with the highlights there because there's not as much highlighting on this side. So let's tone down these highlights. Because our light comes from this side. And then we want to add in some loose hairs as well, because hair is not flat. Hair has flyaways and strands and little bits and pieces. And same with the other side. I am also being warned that it's time for a break. Right as Smolt gives me a hydrate and a stretch. Perfect timing, Smolt. Thank you so much for looking after me, and I hope you'll join me in doing some self-care, because it is time to do our check-in with ourselves and see what do we need to look after ourselves this hour. Do you need to grab some water? Do you need to stretch? Do you need to take meds? Do you need to put washing in the machine? Do you need to put out some dishes? You need food and meds? Fantastic. Gonna lurk while you work on your Lego? Awesome. That's so exciting. I am going to start doing the wiggles. And stretch out the back, as per usual. Oh. 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 I'm not sure. I don't have work today, Smalt. I did tell PB to not feel like she needs to wait for me, so hopefully she's just going live. Yes, fantastic. I just saw the notifications. Perfect. But yeah, I don't have to work, but I do have mod duties tonight. But the stream starts at 6, so I can go a little later today and have a little bit of a later nap. But yeah, I'd like to get a little bit more done on it. I'm really enjoying it. I'm really enjoying working on this page, so... And welcome back from our self-care break. Right, I've had my stretch. Now we'll make sure we hydrate. Much better. And now we can carry on. I'm just trying to do some loose hairs. Just make it look more like actual hair and not just sections. And so in here we'll use a bit of cream to do some looser hairs without being the bright highlights. Do, 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 do. It would be amazing if I could finish this today. Likelihood, non-existent. Do, 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 do. I want to tone down that highlight. Alright. And down the bottom here, I just really want to make sure the hair is nice and dark because we want it to fade into the night sky. And as I said, I just want to deepen some of this skin shading now. Fading into the night sky sounds so nice. Thank you, Vi. How are you, lovely? This is Pahudakawa. It is one of the stars from the cluster of Matariki, or Pleiades. and she is a the star that guides the spirits of the deceased across the night sky. So So just give a little bit of that moon glue on the outside. Awkward pose for filming for camera, I know, but it is the easiest way for me to do this. Frickin' light shine and lights and... You got the spoons to try and play around with the lights. Again, they're just not working today. So, here's what it is. You just have to trust me that it looks even better in person. Alright, so we'll use a little bit of the ivory down here too, just to blend out that highlight but not be as intense as, say, up here, which would be getting a lot more of the glow. Alright, I'm a lot happier with that. I think we can move on to our Pahudakawa, which I know we were colouring the Pahudakawa star representation, but now we're going to colour the flowers, which are also called Pahudakawa. We've got a couple of them on the headdress and the hair, and then we've got the ones all around the bottom. What I should do is I should pull up a reference of a Pahudakawa. Like I know, I feel like I know what they look like, but it doesn't hurt to have a reference. Pahudakawa. So, this is what we're colouring. That's what we're trying to do as a Pahudakawa, like that. So bright red, very pretty. we'll use the same sort of reds that we integrated into her face, just to keep everything tied together. I like that cohesiveness. Probably could have gotten away without the extender on this one, but it's just a little bit more comfortable. So we want it to be slightly darker towards one side. Whoops, hitting the camera, always a good idea. We do have a slightly lighter side. Before I do that, I think... Now I am really glad that I picked up these Poscas yesterday. Because I not only got a replacement red, but I also got wine red and I got a coral pink, which may not be right, but we might as well test it while we're here. Ugh. Opening new Poscas. Always such a pain. What? Two. And 3. Right, we'll start with red because we know for certain we're going to need red. Let's have a look at this wine red. Comes. Oh, that's pretty. That's pretty too. And that actually would work as a little trio. Fantastic. So, because Putakawa are just stamen with a bunch of stalks, we're just going to use this to indicate a dotting. That without darker colour. In fact, I'm also going to use this to give a subtle highlight to the lips. That's actually very similar to the lip colour. Scratch away because I spread it too far. There we go. Give that a minute to dry down. Okay, so the red wine is a little grey, but we can actually just kind of shade out the ends and make it a little bit more cohesive. I'm doing alright. And way over my head today, getting some food and packing a box while the air fryer cooks. Oh, I'm sorry you're over your head though. It's no fun being stressed out like that. I hope things get sorted and it just becomes easier. Packing really is the worst. Whether it's packing to go away on a trip or packing up your house. All is not fun. No, I lied. Unpacking is the worst. Packing is up there though. Yeah, unpacking also sucks. It's just like, ugh. Yeah, whenever I come back from being like over here, for example, my suitcase just goes in the middle of the floor and it's like a little bit day by day. Never rush to unpack. It will be alright in the end, just getting through it. I have a potential renter coming tomorrow to look. Ooh! That's exciting though. Good, it's possibly happening so fast as well. So we still need to do like little offshoots, but I probably shouldn't do that till I've done the green of the leaves. Which since we're here, we might as well do now. definitely need an extender for some of these, so... Ooh. I'll be using you so you can be sacrificed for you. Am I blocking? Because I know I'm working at weird angles, but what feels comfortable, you know? I don't know why I started with that. We definitely need to start way darker. It's the night time. Everything's slightly darker. Not me looking for dishes I boxed this morning. Oh no. Right, the lovely bright green Pahutakawa leaves. You know what? I don't think we're going to use that yellow at all. But we will use a little bit of Payne's Grey. Oh, thank you, Smalt, for the hydrate. Much appreciated. I hope it's coming across clearly. It's looking so blown out on my screen, but I don't know if it's actually my screen. But like I said, I don't know what's going on with the lighting today, and I ain't got the spoons or the capacity to figure it out. So it just is what it is. Just hope y'all can see. Alright. Here's our... I need to turn the brightness down. I bet the brightness has been turned up. That might help. Alright. Turn above the flowers. I accidentally got pushed back a bit. Hope you're all doing well out there. Do, 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 do. Gosh, we just have to do the flowers, the waka, and the dress, and then this page is pretty much done. I'm going well enough. I could actually finish this today. It's been a while since we've done a page in a day. do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Ooh. Make sure we get each of these leaves. Leaves aren't exactly the most exciting thing to colour, I am aware, but it is important. Do, 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 do. Oop, I forgot to put the dark green in there. That's in there. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Okay, now we go in with Payne's Grey and we can really start deepening. Bless you. Oh, probably pressing with enough pressure to shake the camera again. So sorry about that. Yay, half the leaves. Still gotta do the blue highlighting, but we'll do that after we've done the flowers too. All right. Our leaves are almost there. Then we'll get onto the Pahutakawa flowers themselves. Yay! Right, there's all our leaves done. How quick was that? Done it again. I've started working with the colour instead of adding in our black shadow base. We'll start building up our Kahutakawa flowers. But we are just about to go into break time in about 4 minutes or so. So during that time, I'm going to pop to the bathroom myself. And I encourage you all to take this opportunity to also look after yourself. Do a check-in. Have you moved in the last hour? Have you stretched? Have you hydrated? Are you due any meds? I'm also due meds. Do you need to have something to eat? Do you need to go to the bathroom? How can you look after yourself this hour? We'll do a 3-minute check-in with ourselves. And we'll see if we can smash this out in the next hour, because, like, we're so close to being done. And if I keep working at the space, it is very possible we will get this page finished today. Definitely success. Because yeah, once we've shaded in the Putakawa, do all the blue highlights, that's this bottom area done. We'll just shade in the waka very quickly. We'll do a dress, which does have a little bit of detail, but I think we'll get that all smashed out in the hour. We may or may not get to the glitter, but that's just a little bit on the background and some outlining with the Poscas. And if I have to do that after stream, that's pretty minute. In the grand scheme of things, like, it's pretty productive. Alright, there's our 1 minute alert for self-care time. Let's see if we can just get all this bit done. Do, do. Perfect. Alright, I'm going to chuck you all on the break screen. And I will see you after 3 minutes after a bathroom break. Alright, there we go. Much better. Much better. Sometimes you just gotta go. Thank you for bringing out all the links, Smalt. Gonna hop off now, but lovely to see you, Amy. And again, happy Matariki. Much aroha to you and to everyone here. Aroha to you too, Chai. Thank you so much for being here and lurking. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of Matariki and a wonderful weekend. Alright, let's get back into this. We got an hour. So yeah, this will be the last hour and see how far we can get. We've gotten like a lot done today though. And considering the first hour's stream was me just talking about the book as well and talking about Matariki. Alright, Posca time. Right, then we start again. This time with the brighter red. making sure we're covering up those very obvious lines. I'm trying to keep in mind we've got a light source coming this way, so some areas are going to be brighter than others. All right. Alright, so the coral pink is really just a couple of highlight areas. And we're going to use our thread and sort of drag it. It does come out quite thick. Good. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Good album for just getting the stuff done. We are flying through this. A little touch more just to cover up that area. And we'll just up and down just so we get a bit more of an uneven edge. Absolute minute in here. A little bit more bright pink in there. There we are. I just want to going back over the steam into the flowers to the stems and just make them cohesive. That's a little bit more in line. Distinguishing flowers if we need to anywhere. There we go, there's our flowers done. Alright, so let's get this waka done. Oh, nope, we haven't finished the flowers, we've still got to do the blue. Which I'll come back and do when I do the waka. Technically, that's meant to be a net, not a petal. But I did it as a petal. Oh well. There is usually a thing out the back to help steer. Or I don't know boats. You're not even seeing what I'm doing. Good job, Amy. Ivory. Yeah, like that. Just a little bit of edge lighting. That's where the shadow's going. Well, get out of here, light. Alright. Same thing again. We just do some zigzags and edge highlighting. Hope everyone is doing good out there in their work. I'm doing fantastically. Can't believe how far we've gotten on this. Some of those may be better to do after we do the dress, just because it's not really showing up all that well. It at least picks out some of the highlights in our leaves. Okay, so to use. I get shit in really badly. Let's do that again. Let's just keep it simple and draw a line halfway so we kind of keep our halfway mark. And let's just do arrow. Do some quick shading to indicate shadows. So red, black, white. Red, black, white, red. Black, white, red. So right now I'm just going to quickly mark out the colours. Black, white, red. Vero, Pongo, Ma, Vero, Pongo, Ma. Okay. And we will do appropriate shading in a moment. We just want to make sure that I don't lose track of what is where. Where is my grey? There. I should really have this one and extend it. do, do. There we go. I'm glad we did that. That little pattern just helps so much. Right. So, the dress. I want to take inspiration from okay. So the first thing we want to do is we want to create some patterns. Should be doing this with Payne's Grey so that we can darken if need be. In fact, I'll use the Cool Grey 5 or 6. 6. Okay, so the next thing to do is to make it look like lots of individual strings. Okay, have fun. rather than drawing each one individually, we're just going to create the illusion of it, because I don't want to sit here and render every single little bead tube part of this gala dress. So what we are doing, for those that aren't aware, I should show you, is we are taking inspiration from they are sometimes worn as skirts, but they are sometimes worn as dresses. These sort of, oh, not the link. So these sort of flowy, beady type skirt things. I believe they're made with reed tubes that are dried out and painted. But that's sort of what we're taking inspiration from. But I'm not individually rendering each of those, so we're just going to create the illusion of it. Because also it's nighttime and it's dark, and this dress is in quite a bit of the darkness. That may not even come across that well. It may end up looking more like a feather cloak, which isn't the worst thing in the world if it does end up more like that line. We'll rock with however it turns out. A little bit of a cast shadow from the band at the top. Do, 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 do. I can't even remember the last time we finished a picture in a day. But we are very close to doing it. I think it reads it. Like, I mean, we're still got to go in there and interrupt the pattern a little bit, but I think it does read as those beads. And so what we're going to do is we're going to just do a bit of zigzagginess on the pattern. Like, maybe you might look at this if you weren't sure what the style of dress was and be like, I don't know, but as someone who knows what the dresses are, I do read it. I wish I knew the name. I should have looked up the name. I don't know if there's any other Kiwis in chat who can agree or disagree with me, or let me know if they think it needs something else, but... Okay, I like that. I feel like that does achieve the look I'm going for. Light's fading now, so... Once again, our blue highlight, which I have not done very smoothly at all. I'll clean that up in a sec. Now I've done all the other highlighting, I can tell my initial highlighting is not dynamic enough. So, going to pop around here and increase these highlights a bit. And that is essentially us for today. So the only thing left to do is I want to go over these pattern lines with the white Posca and then apply some glitter on the background, which isn't going to be a long job, but it is getting near to the next ad break. I don't want to go through to another ad break, to maybe do 5 minutes of streaming after the ad break. So we almost completed a page in a day, which is absolutely insane, but absolutely amazing.
Chad, I know you're going, but I want to say hi. I hope you are well. The page is looking amazing. Mānawatia Matariki.
Not bad, Water. Not bad. But Bud, hello. I was hoping you'd pop in today. If only to let you know that I got speculous. I think that's how it's pronounced. I got the cookies. I found the cookies. And so I got the cookies. But yes, happy Matariki to you too. We are just wrapping up now because it's been a good stream. We had a good discussion about Matariki. We flipped through the book and we coloured in the star Pahutakawa. Almost the entirety. As I said, I've just got to go over the lines for Posca. And then I'm going to add some glitter into the night sky to represent those stars. But I am very happy. You're going to get so much shine reflect now. I can't. The light has changed so much today. I can't even win. But yeah, I'm really, really pleased with the dress as well. Like what I managed to turn that into. I feel like that does look like the actual Starla dress. So yeah. Last night was a bit of a time, so I had a big rest, but it'll be all good. Thought I'd say hi at least. Well, I'm glad you could pop in and say hi. Also want to say thank you again massively, Andromeda and Josh, if you're still there lurking. Thank you so much for gifting me this book so that today could happen. I'm really, really blessed. It's still so special. You wouldn't have seen it in the flip through, but lives at the start, so I will always remember where it came from. But yes, it has been a wonderful stream. So as a reminder, you can of course follow me on socials, and we will pull up the socials. And tomorrow night, as a reminder, it's Kiwi RPG week. And tomorrow night, due to some player sickness, I will be on Kimu Whakatau Aotearoa's channel. Tomorrow night is Monster of the Week, and one of the players is sick, so I am filling in unless this player miraculously gets better tomorrow, which is not very likely. So I'm just putting that caveat out there. If I'm not on there, the other player has felt better tomorrow, but it is very unlikely. So I have got a character made, and I'm going to be filling in tomorrow night on Kimu Whakatau Aotearoa's channel. So I hope you'll come along to support me, to support Ruby, who will be GMing. We also have Puri, who is amazing, and I've been on some streams with before as well. Used to be on the Pathfinder stream with me. Absolutely amazing role player. It's going to be an amazing time. I play with David in my regular group and is a fantastic player. Don't know the fifth player, but I've heard a lot about the fifth person, but I've heard a lot about them, so I think it'll be a good time. So yeah, I hope you'll come along. Even if I'm not in, I hope you'll come along and just support Ruby and the crew. And it's the last one of Kiwi RPG week, so it'll be an awesome one just to come out and go with a bang. Plus you can win prizes. There are prizes to give away. It's free entry. There's like a raffle that's drawn each night. There's one tonight as well. So if you head to kiwirpg.com, I think it is, or search for their website, it's just Kiwi RPG. It will pop up with the schedule. Tonight is Merger, and then tomorrow is Monster of the Week, both Kiwi created TTRPGs. A lot of fun, and I hope I'll see you there. And if not, we'll be back on Sunday. Sunday fun day for some more stuff. I believe it'll be the last of the month, so we'll be trying to smash through the last of our turtle page. Let me look at my calendar. Yeah, last day of the month, so we'll be trying to smash out that turtle and get that turtle finished. But I appreciate you all so much. Let's start a raid, of course, on YouTube. This is where we will leave you. If Phoebe's live, I think we'll just head over to PB. I know she wasn't going to be live long. I am not seeing her. Oh, thank you for bringing up the raid message. Not popping up. Oh my god, I hate the new raid thing. It's so awkward. And let me just quickly hit snooze on these ads so they don't start in the middle of us getting ready to raid. Okay, PB must have finished. You did say it was going to be a short stream. That's understandable. Could go raid Cat OG Studios, but they're just on a be right back right now. We're starting soon. It looks like they might be ending too. Oh goodness. You know, we'll just go into Eve. We'll just go and hang out at Eve. Eve's always fun. It is Hollow Knight, but it is fun to head on over there. So yeah, come for the raid. Come and join your free bonus channel points. For those of you on YouTube, this is where we'll love you and leave you. Thank you so much again for spending Matariki with me. It has been a real blast. I'm so glad we got to share today together. Make sure you look after yourself and, you know, take a moment to reflect. Matariki is a time of reflection. It is a time of remembrance. So make sure you take that moment to just look after yourself. Take care. And I'll catch you all next time. Bye. I find my buttons.